talked to you in forever. I'm like having withdrawals.
I know.
How's it going? What's going on? Sorry, I'm just adding my Feliz Navidad live really quick because I've realized it's the best way to. Oopsies.
It's going good. I'm having a nice little day. It's cold as heck outside.
It's the cold front. Fine, I guess winter has finally started in January.
Yeah, and there's going to be a little bit of noise. I'm going to mute for just a second.
No problem. No problem. I'm just adding my backup and making sure. Let me just check. Yeah, we are live on YouTube. Again, all the replays of the People's Receipts. Oh, that's the other thing. I forgot to pin my gift goal. Did that. We are live. All the replays of the People's Receipts are available on YouTube under the same name. A Girl Has No Name, spelled the same way, after the live. A couple of housekeeping things I wanted to say. First of all, thank you so much to Jason Kemp. Don't know you, but thank you so much. I do have an Amazon wish list in my bio. And when you have a business, all the money, any money I make, I just reinvest back into the business, getting electronic equipment, things like that. So I have an Amazon wish list, and it might seem ridiculous, but when you buy me face wash or things like that, it's so appreciated because, like I said, any money I make is just reinvested back into my business. So I do appreciate it so much, especially this really cool anxiety necklace. I love it. It's I was just reading this. It relieves stress, fear, and anxiety, provides protection and strengthens self-worth, calms an overactive mind, bringing deep peace. This, I think it's going to work. So thank you so much, Jason, and anyone else who supports me through my Amazon wish list. The other thing housekeeping I wanted to say, with subscriptions, please subscribe. I tried to stay around 500 subscriptions. I think I'm at 395 right now when I was looking at goals. So if you can subscribe, it's much appreciated. You can subscribe to Pickles as well through his. Are you on your main account or Dark Pickles? I don't know. You can subscribe to Pickles through his profile as well. Having revenue that you can track and know is coming in monthly is really helpful when you're trying to start a small business. Oopsies. There we go. Have I done all of my housekeeping things? I felt like I had so many things I needed to say. There's so many things going on this morning. I believe so. Let me just pull up. So I think what we're going to do today is I've been trying to follow, it is January 6th, which I'm sure you all know. And I've been following the certification stuff. So I made a short playlist, if you will, or album about the certification this morning with just a few things going on, what's going on in DC and following that. And then after that, we can get into the meat and potatoes of the other stuff that has been going on. It's Felice, finally I can breathe. Yeah. Can we breathe? I feel like it is hard to breathe. I was just did I say that today? Or what? I'm not sure what you mean by that, but it's funny to hear. Yeah. Sorry. Sorry. Distraction because you're here. Oh, thank you. That's so great. No, I know. I feel that way too when I don't see you guys for a while. My mind fills with all of these thoughts and things I need to tell you. And that's how I feel on Mondays. I'm exploding with things I need to say, especially today, man, we have a lot of things to talk about. So again, it is in honor of it being January 6th, which should not be an important day whatsoever, but has become an absolute S show in this country. I'm going to go through, I made a playlist of the certification, which has happened. Chrissy told me, thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate the subscriptions.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you so much.
And thank you for the gifted, Jen.
computers.
Oh, yeah. I didn't say that as well. That is Pickles, Venmo, and Cash App. Pickles recently been going through some times, moving and everything. So, the best, if you would like to tip us or subscribe, it is so, so appreciated. I just can't express it in words. Like I said, running a small business, all I do is invest any money I make right back into the business. So it is much appreciated. This is my Cash App and Venmo. Any messages written in donations, questions, comments, dad jokes, whatever the case may be, we will read aloud. I'm opening my messages right now. So I hate the new iPhone, the way Gmail looks in iPhones. I don't like it.
You know that paper is more sophisticated now.
I'm
than
using my
computers.
14 Pro because I like the way it looks better. Okay, I have it open. So again, donations through Cash App and Venmo, any messages will be read out loud periodically throughout the show. Thank you for whoever bought all those subs. I appreciate it so, 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 so much. I just cannot express it in words. You are amazing. Okay, so let's get this party started. And I think since it's J6, we have to show something a little bit funny. Because, I mean, J6 wouldn't be J6. I don't know if you guys know who this guy is. His name is I want to say it's Brent Turner or something. Actually, I think I might have it in the outline. I'll look it up. But I don't know. He's a leftist that makes videos sort of pretending to be MAGA, essentially. So he made this video this morning for J6, and I just thought, because, I guess I should preface this by saying, I'm not even going to say it's just the right. I'm really glad the certification went off without a hitch. Because mostly on the right, there were all these rumors going on X yesterday, the day before, and today that we were going to do something to ruin Trump's chances of certification. Have you heard these, Pickles?
I've heard rumors of it. I don't have any good specifics, though.
Oh no, yeah, it's delusional. It's just people being like Dan Bongino is saying that they need to cancel the inauguration because Trump's gonna be off, and I mean, it's just all of this conspiracy. And they thought today,
I saw that.
Yeah, and honestly, I would say that MAGA's out of their minds, except for that's why I said it's not just the right. I've heard this on the left. What do they call it? Like Blue Anon or something?
You know, that paper is more sophisticated.
I've never heard of Blue Anon. That's a thing?
That's what they call the left conspiracy theorists. So when you hear that word, that Blue Anon, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about I guess what would be the MAGA equivalent on the left, which there is no MAGA equivalent. It's just a few people. But I have heard there were some people on the left saying that Kamala was not going to certify this election, which I think is ridiculous. So anyways, this guy is doing a parody, right? This is similar to what some people were posting on X, and I find it effing hilarious.
January 6th, so I just want to say this to the Democrats. You better not storm the Capitol, because that's bad this time around. You better not! You better not break into the Capitol wearing a horn helmet just so you can smear feces on the wall. You better not! You better not try and zip tie anybody today. You better not! I'm shoveling the driveway! You better not deny election results for 4 long years. You better not beat a cop with an American flag while wearing a Back to Blue hoodie. You better not! And would it kill you to use that weather machine to make it a little warmer out here? January 6th.
Funnier that he said that. If you guys don't know, MAGA, there's a good portion of MAGA, not all of them, that is convinced that the Democrats, particularly George Soros and Jewish people, are controlling the weather. That's why he said at the end, well, you guys are controlling the weather. Can you make it warmer? I want to say that that's not true, that they don't really think that, but they definitely do. I mean, people in Congress say that. Margarine is one of them. Like when all of those hurricanes were hitting, that's what they were saying. Here, I want to see someone, you guys asked me what his name was. Let me find it again. That is my Feliz Navidad live account, the account that's above Pickles. If you would like to join the Discord, every link to every clip I play is in the daily outlines, and we put it in the live sources section in the Discord. But let me find really quick. His name is Brenter Hune. Brent Hune. Here.
You know that paper is
Let me
more
look it up really
sophisticated
quick.
now than
It
computers.
is. It's Brent Terhune. So Terhune. So Brent, like regular Brent, and then Terhune. And his X account is called Brent Terhune on Blue Sky. So it's at Brent Terhune. Terhune. If anyone's, he's obviously on Blue Sky because he changed his X account to that. So if you want to follow him, he makes really funny videos all the time of him basically screaming, pretending to be MAGA.
I've got to follow him. What was his name?
It's Brent. It's at Brent, regular spelling, Terhune, Terhune. Yeah, he's also on TikTok as well.
Yeah, I got it. There we go.
Okay, so, and I just want to think about Margarine on J6. Margarine's one of the people asking for like a preemptive pardon or like all this stuff. This is Margarine this morning. I did not make this up. I opened X and like this was the first video I saw, and I was just like, oh my God.
Hi, everybody. Today is January 6th, and we will be certifying President Trump's election this afternoon. And I am so excited. This is a day I've been waiting for 4 years. And I spoke with President Trump just this morning, a little bit ago, and he's excited for Congress to certify the election. And I am so honored to be a part of this. It's going to be a great historic day. And we're still getting snow here. It's snowing right now. And we're going to get snow continuing throughout the day. But I have to tell you, come hell or high water or snowstorm or blizzard or whatever it is, we will certify President Trump's election today, and we cannot wait to inaugurate him on January 20th. Let's get it.
Yeah, unless the Democrats are controlling the weather indoors, I don't think, like, what? You think
you're so brave, Marge.
I know.
You're so brave.
soldiering on through. Actually, and you know what? I hate to say this, but she actually looks better than she usually does. Is it me, or is it maybe it's?
She's got a little. It's the color in her face from being cold.
You're right.
She usually looks like a
what
ghoul.
it is. You're actually probably right. It probably is because her face is red. It's giving her more color. I actually thought that, and like it's hard to look bad in a beanie. I was kind of like, actually, Marge doesn't look too bad. Yeah, and it's the natural light. I agree. It's like it's hard to look bad in that lighting. Yes, Joanna, it's just you. Yeah, maybe it's not. But again, so we're going to go through stuff specifically about the J6 certification. I put together a little album about that, and then we'll move on to the rest of the BS we have to talk about, which is a lot.
Joining us now to discuss, Senator Amy Klobuchar from Minnesota. She is counting the ballots tomorrow. She helped write the Electoral Count Act designed to prevent another.
Yeah, so Amy Klobuchar was part of it was part of the omnibus that everyone was screaming about when Biden first became president, where even Mitch McConnell assisted the Democrats in changing the rules around the Electoral Count Act to stop Trump from trying to do that again. So that's what they're talking about, is sort of what rules have changed,
January 6th. Tragedy. Thanks so much for being here, and Happy New Year to you, Senator.
So
let's talk about security for tomorrow, because that's top of mind given the the terrorist attack in New Orleans. You were part of a congressional review of security lapses about January 6th. And since then, some changes have been made. Let's bring those up. There's a new Capitol Police Chief, new leadership for the House and Senate Sergeant at Arms. The Capitol Police Chief now has the ability to ask for help directly from the National Guard during emergency situations. There are
Well, thank God for that. That was the problem before. They can actually ask for help from the National Guard. Did you guys hear that? The Capitol Police Chief can now directly go and ask the National Guard for help. Thank God. That was because that's what it was. This weird bottleneck of like Trump supporters inside the army hiding in skiffs and not doing their job on January 6th.
Now 2,202 Capitol Police officers. That's up from 1,842. There's a new dedicated Capitol Police Civil Disturbance Unit with 6 platoons, more than 225 officers. And 4 years ago, only 25% of officers had riot gear, and now everyone does.
You hear that? And first of all, I need to call out Brooke's awesome comment. Brooke said, wait, not Nancy Pelosi? Yes, I know.
Right.
Not Nancy. Nancy Pelosi has never had the authority, been in charge of calling up the National Guard. It's absolutely ridiculous. But we should blame Nancy Pelosi. If something happened today, I was like, they're going to blame Nancy Pelosi, like with a broken hip. Oh, speaking of which, this isn't today's outline, but just in the latest news for term limits, we had another octogenarian. Wait, how old is Virginia Fox? She might be in her 90s. I don't even know. Is Virginia Fox in her 80s or 90s? I want to say octogenarian. Virginia Fox fell down the stairs. People, we had another, I'm talking about Nancy Pelosi. That's why this is reminding me.
81 years old. 81.
Yeah. Okay, so she is an octogenarian. So Virginia took a fall on Capitol Hill, and apparently she had a cut that was like gushing blood.
Oh my God.
We've got Nancy falling in Europe and getting a hip replacement and coming back and voting. Can we please? And I don't want and this isn't in the outline either, but just as long as we're talking about, for the love of God, can we get some term limits? I am not an ageist, but guess who's third in line for president? Chuck. I came to Congress in a covered wagon, Grassley, who's 91. Senator Chuck Grassley is third in line for. How can this even be possible? He's a senator from Iowa. If you guys don't know, he's 91 years old. I'm not an ageist. I think Bernie Sanders is doing great. He seems really spry and like he's doing good things. But can we all please? I want Chuck gone too. If you're referring African, if you're talking about Chuck Schumer, I also would like Chuck Schumer to go. Oh, you're talking about Chuck Grassley. No, Chuck Schumer should. I hate what is going on in the Senate with the Democrats.
Imagine being born in 1933. 1933?
The Dust Bowl. When I say covered wagon, I want to be exaggerating. I want it not to be true. Do you know what I mean? I don't want him to possibly have come to Washington in a covered wagon, but we don't know. We do not
really
know.
Hits.
1933, and he cannot be third in line to be president. This man doesn't understand what a computer is. I can't even. Anyways, that's my rant about again. But let's just talk about it and never do anything about stopping these people from having power. We'll just end up. The Republicans have the smallest majority in the House of all time now, partially because we had what's her name, Kay Granger. We just have a woman in a memory care facility who was reelected. That nobody knows.
More sophisticated now than
was it found out that it was a memory care? I heard it was just a regular facility, and it was exaggerated. Was it?
Oh, was it? No, I don't know. All reports. Can you? I don't know. Look that up. What do you mean? What's a regular? Because I know the difference. I had a relative in a memory care, I mean, the difference is it's just locked down differently. Like if you're showing signs of dementia, it is just way more strict what happened. But the last I'm surprised I didn't hear that because I was looking. Oopsies, sorry.
She is experiencing dementia. She did say she's experiencing dementia, but she denies being in a memory care facility. Who knows?
Well, yeah, and I'll say this. Just to be clear, you can be experiencing dementia. You don't have to be in a memory care facility. Like usually when you're moved to like the side of a facility that's for memory care and things like that, it's because you've usually committed like an act of either violence or you've escaped. Like, you've been deemed like you need to be watched, because that's all it is. It's just like lockdown. It's like when a prison goes on lockdown. That's how I would describe my experience visiting my relative in a memory absconded. Thank you, Miss Julie. Excellent vocab. Always love you so much. You're the best. Tap the screen, ladies and gentlemen. We should be close to 100K. We can do it. Tap, tap, tap. Oh, and our daily reminder from Susan. Thank you, Susan, for your support. Love you as well.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Susan, as well. Thank you.
And I don't want to say this, but Susan, you drive Lyft, or I think, is that right? If I remember correctly, thank you for always listening to us. We so appreciate it. Shuck it, you're here to annoy us in the comments. Yay. I haven't seen you for a while, actually. Tap the screen. Tapping is clapping. Please gift our guest pickles. Thank you guys so much for being here. I said this earlier, but now that we have 400 people in here, I'm going to say it again. I was finally around 500 prescriptions. Yes, 500 prescriptions. Subscriptions. I have dropped to like 395. If you can subscribe, I would highly, 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 highly appreciate it. Anyways, what we're doing right now, since we have about double the people in here, is we're going through a specific presentation on the J6 certification. And you did miss a funny video, but right now, Amy Klobuchar is talking to Jake Tapper about what changed with the Electoral Count Act after the day we do not mention, January 6th.
Is DC prepared for whatever might happen?
Yes. And I'll make clear that in any of these events, as you saw in New Orleans, horrible things can happen. And we know that. But how prepared are we? And what we found out last January 6th, and this could have been any event, but this one is etched in our minds forever with the police officers dying, so many people hurt. We literally had cops that couldn't get at their riot gear. It was locked on a bus. A 4-hour delay to call in the National Guard because of some rule that had been in place that created a phone tree. Our architect of the Capitol, who's kind of the boss of a bunch of the employees, wasn't even there. So these were dramatic changes. We made 103 recommendations. And my job as chair of the Rules Committee was to make sure they got done. We have, as you note, a new police chief, increased morale, many hundreds of more officers, and we have a plan and a strategy in place. That's not to say there aren't threats all the time on members of Congress or on the Capitol. But I feel very strongly that we have made major shifts. What happened last time where an officer's words haunt me forever on the police line said, "Does anyone have a plan? Does anyone have a plan?" And the answer from the leadership back then was no. Now,
that's terrifying to think about. And still these people's experiences. And I believe I have this in a clip. I can't remember who was saying it, but someone was saying, oh, it is in a clip. I'm not going to say it. We'll get there in my presentation.
Actually feels a lot different than what happened 4 years ago. Just walking through the Capitol 4 years ago, there really was not the amount of security that there is at this moment. Really all over the Capitol, security personnel, officers, law enforcement, as well as these big steel fences all surrounding the Capitol. A much different approach, even as we are not expecting any significant demonstrations outside the Capitol. And we'll see something happen much different on the House floor than we saw 4 years ago. And going back to what's been a routine routine event really through the history of the Republic up until January 6, 2021, when things changed. And one big reason why that this is going to be more of a routine event is that in the aftermath of the violence that occurred on January 6, 2021, Congress took steps to make it harder for Congress to overturn an election result. Back before then, the law allowed for one House member and one senator to vote to overturn any individual state's election results. They could, by having one member from each chamber, actually could force a vote in both chambers of Congress to get rid of that state's certified electoral result. But in the aftermath of 2021, Congress required now 1/5 of both the House and the Senate. That is a threshold for the number of members that actually to agree to force a vote to overturn a state election result. That much higher threshold will make it much harder for anyone to try to get rid of any electoral result that was certified by individual states. And also Congress took steps to make sure that the vice president's role is ceremonial. Vice President Harris will be presiding over her own defeat here. She can't do what Donald Trump wanted Mike Pence to do 4 years ago, which was simply reject the electoral results, send it back to the states as Donald Trump suggested. Of course, Pence resisted that approach. Then Congress took steps saying that that can't happen. The vice president simply cannot do that. So all as a result, and Democrats are not expecting Jim to object in the House floor, which means this could go pretty quickly this afternoon.
I love how fast Manu Raju talks. He makes me feel sane. Talks so fast. Oh, Joanna's here. Yay. I missed you. Missed you, Joanna.
They always trying to send some shit back to the states. I can't stand Republicans.
States rats.
But, brother, yeah. Hey, y'all. Quick commercial break. Thank y'all for being here. There are 518 of us over here chilling, enjoying all this great information and trying to stay sane in this new year. Happy 2025, all. The shares and the likes are not giving what they should be giving, and I would hate to turn off the comments, but I need to make sure that y'all's tapping fingers are working, because right now they're just looking like yapping fingers, and that's not really something we like, especially when we have my favorite type of pickle in the house today. Love a hot pickle. Shout out to Spicy Pickle.
Ayo.
A hot pickle. That's a good one.
Like, listen, a hot pickle with some sweet Kool-Aid in the middle, don't even get me started. It's the hood snacks for me. But yes, y'all, get the likes up, get the shares going. We can get to 200 shares super quick. We can also get to 100K likes super quick. Make sure that you're gifting, make sure that you're tapping, make sure that you're sharing. If you haven't subscribed, do that. I know it's real easy to get in here and get the information and forget to send your heart me. If you haven't done that, do that as well. If you want a link to the Discord, send a message to Feliz Navidad Live and we can get you one of those.
Real quick, yeah, just the account sandwiched in between Pickle and Joanna. That's my account, Feliz Navidad Live. So just click on that, follow it, send a message and say, I'd like a link to the Discord. And then, yeah, you can join our community. And sorry, it's harder to join my Discord. It's just, I have a lot of MAGA men that don't like me and will join and terrorize all of us in there if I put the invite in my link tree.
Yeah, so we like to keep a nice safe space. We don't want crazy, weird people over there. So yeah,
definitely
that's
not you, Shuck It. That's true. That's fair.
Yes,
He's never tried to break into the Discord. That's true.
We see you in the comments, Shuck It. I would say happy 2025, but I can't stand you, so I will just say translate in the comments, bro. But also, if y'all haven't subscribed on YouTube, if you miss anything, if you come in late, you want to go back and watch something, Felice is on YouTube and the replays are available. And A Girl Has No Name, so subscribe over there too. Last but not least, of course, Felice's pay links are above, Pickles are below. Cash App, Venmo, they'll read stuff. We like hearing funny stuff, and at this point, we need to hear funny stuff because this country's going to hell in a handbasket. So send all the funny stuff, send the good stuff. Keep tapping, keep liking, keep sharing. Don't make me turn up.
Hannah, you're amazing. Just saying.
Thank you, Joanne.
You're the best. Okay. So, and I thought this was interesting, which this is Adam Schiff's doing. So Adam Schiff was actually inviting officers who were assaulted on J6 to attend the certification today, which I thought was a W. Adam Schiff, former House representative, now turned newbie senator of
will
California.
Officially certify the results of the November election. Vice President Kamala Harris will carry out her constitutional duty, confirming Donald Trump's victory. It was on this day 4 years ago, we all remember, that Trump delivered a very angry speech denying his 2020 defeat, which was then followed by a deadly assault on the Capitol. Scott McFarlane has the story.
4 years to the day after a riotous mob of Trump supporters marauded through the Capitol, trying to stop the electoral certification of President Joe Biden, lawmakers will gather again today at a complex surrounded by 8-foot metal fencing to certify Donald Trump's victory.
I hope that some of them might feel a ping from it if they see me.
Washington, D.C. police officer Daniel Hodges, who was beaten in a doorway during the riot, has been invited to attend today by Democratic Senator Adam Schiff.
It would be my honor to make it as uncomfortable as possible for the GOP members who try to whitewash that day and lie about what happened and pretend that we didn't save them.
Nearly 1,600 people have been charged for their roles in the January 6th attack, some wielding weapons like bear spray, knives, and flagpoles. Of those, at least 1,000 have pleaded guilty, and 600 were charged with assaulting or resisting police officers.
They should immediately be released, the J6 hostages.
Trump has pledged pardons for the rioters, but he's yet to specify if it'll be all or just some. And a CBS News analysis finds nearly 160 of those charged had a prior, and in some cases, violent criminal history. There are also concerns of what precedent the pardons may set.
Well, I think what it will do is encourage any future president to tell his people, hey, you do whatever you need to do to keep me in power, because I've got a pardon power.
For Hodges, who has testified in some of the criminal trials of January 6 defendants, the potential pardons feel personal.
It would be very offensive to me. I think it'd be offensive to everyone who risked their lives, who fought and sacrificed their blood and sweat that day to preserve democracy.
Many people are still being sought for their roles in the Capitol attack, but Trump hasn't specified if prosecutions will be permitted to continue starting in 2 weeks. Tony?
Is more sophisticated
W, don't answer the phone. And was it your mommy? I'm not sure. The first one I saw. Thank you so much for subscribing. I appreciate it. I'm trying to get back near 500 subscriptions. So any subscriptions are so appreciated. Thank you guys. I thought this was a great piece, actually, and the way they presented it, because that's true. This is what Donald Trump, we shall see who Donald Trump is. Are they going to pardon people who committed violent acts against police officers? What do you think, Pickles?
I think I have a friend that has a hot take on this, and what he says is, he's like, these people have been conned, right? They've been conned. But I think that's, and he says, like, we should release them and, we should arrest the people who conned them, but that'll never happen. But I feel that, I think just about any
agree with that.
radical.
I went through that phase. I feel like, yes, I definitely went through that phase of, I know exactly what your friend's saying, because I used to argue that line of logic in debates.
Yeah, but I still don't I don't think that any sort of act of radical, political, domestic terrorism.
Yeah.
Is usually all it's perpetrated by people who are radicalized and could conned or whatever. So I don't know. Maybe they should stay in jail.
Yeah, well, specifically the violent ones, right?
Yeah,
and
definitely that.
Yeah, there are Seth. Why do I always say that? Because I love Family Guy. Scott McFarlane was going through numbers of how many of these people committed violence, or and yeah, if you commit a violent act, right? That's a crime and you should be held accountable. Now, are there people who sort of entered the Capitol and did not commit violent acts? Sure. I mean, I think that, well, this is what I'm saying. I understand all of that because my frustration is 100% with the people that planned January 6th, right?
Yeah.
Like, and that is true. Like, we are not holding anyone accountable that is responsible for that plan, right? We're only the lowest of the lowest level henchmen, right? Like, we're basically like, oh, this is justice. Is this justice when the guy responsible for it all is about to be president? Yeah, I totally understand the line of logic of like, hey, the people who actually plan this are still sitting in the government and have more power than ever. I get it. But
I think the most disgusting pardon he could do is the leader of the Proud Boys that got seditious conspiracy.
Enrique Tarrio. Yeah, 100%. But and that's what I'm saying. Like, and I have it on tape. You know, I have so many clips saved up. But like Don Jr. used to say, I saw someone reposting the clip of JD Vance also saying, well, violence is different, right? An act of violence is different. So if you committed violence or you planned acts of violence, like, you don't get a pardon for that. So it'll be, I mean, that'll be the question. Trump's a lame dunk president. Like, understand that. He's entering as a lame duck president. Like, he has 4 years and that's it. And literally not that long, like, on this, you know, he's not long for this earth, as they say, period.
Yeah. And someone in the comments says the guy who wasn't even there in DC that day, again, he was charged with seditious conspiracy. You don't have to be present. If you plan something and use your people to carry it out, that's what you get. You don't have to be there.
And again, whoever did say that, I would invite you to actually read. Possibly you cannot, I'm assuming, but I have read the Enrique Tarrio court documents, and you cannot, I mean, this is not, oh, Billy said that Enrique said. It is text messages. It is committing crimes over the wires, right? Like of him planning acts of violence, right? Like, I mean, if you don't know like what was included in that court case, I would suggest you read it, like, and not just say things that make no sense. All right. Okay. So this is our moment. This is where I think the Lincoln Project, which I think they do good work, put out this video this morning, and I was like, this is what we need. This sums it up. I just saw someone say they feel numb. I totally understand that. I've had so many weird emotions today, I can't even tell you. So the Lincoln Project put this video out. Tapping is clapping. Share the live with 5 Republicans. If you have no one to share it with, push the copy link button. Let's get to 200. Oh, we're not even to 100K, are we? You guys, tap, tap, tap. Please keep tapping. So this is the video the Lincoln Project released this morning. And again, the link to this video is in the Discord. If you want to join the Discord, just the account that's above Pickles in the live, that's my account. Just message and ask for a link. We'll get you one. But I'm across all Lincoln Project profiles, they have released this video.
We know what we saw. We know what we heard. It wasn't spontaneous. They came prepared for battle. Body armor, chemical weapons, zip ties. Their mission, to overturn an American election.
We will never concede.
Outnumbered, brave law enforcement officers fought hand to hand to save our democracy. Many were wounded. One died the next day. Post-traumatic stress syndrome drove 4 January 6th heroes to suicide.
That was the stat I wanted to say. As someone who's been diagnosed with PTSD, please understand that as a result of just being there and then being invalidated constantly, like, that we have 4 people who've unalived themselves. I thought that was a great thing to add because
post-traumatic stress syndrome drove 4 January 6th heroes to suicide. Donald Trump calls this violent terrorism a day of love.
That was a day of love.
He's promised to pardon these violent criminals. That's wrong, evil.
Those people have suffered long, hard. And I think it's very unfair.
Don't let one man rewrite history. We know what we saw. We know what we heard. There are no alternative facts. Only the truth.
Thank God for that. Somebody is effectively telling the truth. And I saw someone say in the comments there they have PTSD. I also have been diagnosed with PTSD, and I would say there is the event that causes you to have PTSD. And I would actually, and I talked about this, I talk about going to PTSD camp, and it was like me and a bunch of veterans. And the most damaging part, I think, this is my opinion now, of PTSD is not the original event that damages you. It's the invalidation that you experience every day afterwards, of people gaslighting you, of saying it's not that bad, of constantly having the most damaging, harmful moments of your life, having nobody understand what you have been through, and not just understand, but say things like, get over it, calm down. That's not the way I remember it. That didn't happen like that. That is the real damage. That is why we're now talking about 4 Capitol police officers who've unalived themselves after the fact. It's the invalidation of reality. It's being gaslit day in and day out and saying, that is not what I experienced. Yeah, I mean, that is the damage. I mean, for me, imagine, like, as somebody, I was traumatized over and over as a child, right? Like, experienced SA, all sorts of things, and then to be gaslit over and over, and like, that didn't happen like that. Imagine that was the real damage to me. Whereas if someone would have just said, hey, we're all on the same team, like, what happened, we all validate you, and we're going to surround you with love, and we're going to get through it. That would have been a different situation, right? So that's what I want everyone to think about, is like, that's crazy. Why would 4 people who survived the attack then go and unalive themselves? Imagine the disrespect. Think about veterans returning from Vietnam who had just been through an absolute hellscape, right? People are throwing things at them as they get off planes. They're being demonized. I mean, you're wondering how we just had 2 veterans who both were suffering from PTSD doing what they did. I mean, this is the conversation we need to be having in America. Oops.
Yeah, I
got
agree.
a community guidelines violations. I don't know if that was for the clip I played or what. Just speaking out loud. Oh, shuck it. Wait, what did you say, shuck it? I love it when the left suddenly claims to care about police officers when they are anti-police. Are you joking me? I love it. I love it when the right only deny police officers' experiences when it happens to be, rich white men who are trying to overdo a coup.
Yeah, sorry we don't campaign on crazy shit like giving police full immunity. Like that's insane. And then the right says that we're the ones who defund the police, yet they're the ones who are constantly cutting taxes so that we can't pay them.
I agree. I could not agree. Exactly. If you want to talk about what police officers' value is, why they're being paid less, why there are less resources available, I do think, yeah, that's a great conversation to have. But, oh my God, here's another. This is Mike Waltz this morning. I just found this annoying.
A little colder than Florida, but can't wait to go certify Donald J. Trump as the 47th president of the United States.
Gross. I'll keep
How are these people so obsessed? It's just so eerie. No one did this for Biden. No one did this for Bush. No one was going around being like, this is, this cult-like fantasy of getting your president into office. It's just so eerie.
I mean, I'm going to skip this. I will say this. Kamala, I'm going to skip Biden's clip. Biden was actually talking to new Democrats in Congress, kind of talking about something different. It kind of doesn't have to do with J6. But Kamala put this out this morning. I think it was honestly probably for the left and the right to let everyone know, like, I am in fact going to certify this election and like do my ceremonial role.
Transfer of power is one of the most fundamental principles of American democracy. As much as any other principle, it is what distinguishes our system of government from monarchy or tyranny. Today at the United States Capitol, I will perform my constitutional duty as Vice President of the United States to certify the results of the 2024 election. This duty is a sacred obligation, one I will uphold, guided by love of country, loyalty to our Constitution, and my unwavering faith in the American people. As we have seen, our democracy can be fragile, and it is up to then each one of us to stand up for our most cherished principles and to make sure that in America, our government always remains of the people, by the people, and for the people. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America.
What a class act.
It's such a stark difference.
It's embarrassing. Yeah, we could have had her. Exactly. This is what real leadership looks like. But instead, we've got Dumbo McGee.
And history has this
amazing
amazing
ability. Happened. Okay, so this is Adam Kinzinger. He was talking this morning. I have no idea why this happens sometimes. I promise I did not clip this or crop this clip to look this way. Why would I? But this is Adam Kinzinger on CNN this morning talking.
And history has this amazing ability to accurately reflect the happenings of that day. And so while maybe today it's kind of surreal that we're here 4 years later after that and putting Donald Trump back in the presidency, history will not be kind to him. And I'm glad you brought up my tweet because I actually had this ready to go. Speaker Johnson tweeted this on January 6, 2021. I unambiguously condemn in the strongest possible terms any and all forms of violent protest. Any individual who committed violence today should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. It goes on for a whole nother thing. And now that's going to be a question when Donald Trump gets into office and decides, does he want to prosecute the people that looked into what happened on January 6th and embarrassed him? And does he want to pardon the people that actually did what Speaker Johnson just 4 years ago said they should be prosecuted? Abby.
All the flip-flopping. All I heard for months is how Kamala is a flip-flopper on fracking. That's all they had. But now we have Trump flip-flopping on H-1B visas. He's flip-flopping on this. Yeah.
Exactly.
And also, yeah, and God knows what else he's going to do because he never wrote any of his plans down. He spoke about them.
Oh, this is what cognitive dissonance is about. And we're going to get into that. I have such a long, it's funny you put it that way because you're right. There's so many huge examples of flip-flopping, right? Like Donald Trump and the Republicans have said the reason Nancy was so out of pocket and it was unforgivable what she did when she was Speaker Emerita in the House was these huge bills. And what was Donald Trump saying all weekend? One big, beautiful bill. We're going to shove everything through in one big, beautiful bill.
Just like they hated Nancy Pelosi doing.
Yeah, I thought you guys, the whole point of the 118th Congress and the 119th Congress was single bills brought to the floor. But and then they were like, we'll do it in two. And Trump's like, no, one. He's going to rob us all and bury it so deep in thousands of pages that nobody will have time to read it before they vote for it. Exactly what they accused the Democrats of doing.
Yeah. We're the ones who put all the fat in bills, though, not them.
Exactly. But we're just the ones that lower the deficit. I just thought this was an interesting thing. These are the electoral votes being carried in under guard, which The procession never mattered before, but now in the day and age we're in, I guess it does. It looked almost like a funeral. They're like pirate chests. Like, what? I mean, did somebody read them for, like, you know what I mean? What? Are they really in there?
Man, that's so depressing seeing it.
But yeah, when the transfer of power is on the left, it goes off without a hitch. I mean, Kamala Harris behaved beautifully the entire time. Now, if this was the right, I mean, we all know what happened last time, but at least we can behave with decorum. I thought this was interesting. Nobody in the House chamber is hiding in fear ahead of the electoral vote certification. Too bad MAGA couldn't give them the same courtesy last time. Truer words were never spoken. You're welcome. You guys are welcome that we're nothing like you. That's the real lesson. We are nothing like the right. And we remember the guy, because we haven't debated in a long time. I think it was the last time it was either the last time or the time before, and that guy came up and he's like, why don't you guys do something if you're mad? Why don't you guys do something? Do you remember that? He was like almost trying to goad us into into saying we were going to do something on January 6th. And we're like, we are doing something right now. We're dissenting with our brains and our voices. Like, that is us doing something. Dissent doesn't have to be violent. He will never, he doesn't have to be Bunny. I get you. I feel you. Oh, I wanted to show, I was thinking of like, what was I trying to show here? Just random goings where I had a JD Vance sighting. I thought this was funny. Aaron Rupar, he's one of my favorite independent journalists. He was like, stop the count. If only we could have. But then there was Kamala Harris officially confirms her own defeat to Trump in the Electoral College. So that's her job, and she did it.
The vote for the President of the United States as delivered to the President of the Senate is as follows. The whole number of the electors appointed to vote for President of the United States is 538. Within that whole number, the majority is 270. The votes for President of the United States are as follows. Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida has received 312 votes. Kamala D. Harris Kamala D. Harris of the state of California has received 226 votes.
She's a class act. You're welcome, people on the right. That's how you behave like a normal person and do their job.
I remember everybody watching the Vance and Walz debate, and they're like, I really like how they had a real debate. And I'm like, do you remember that? We used to do that all the time before Trump showed up. We used to have real debates. That's what that looks like.
You know that paper is more
sophisticated. It's delusion. We are living in delusion. Speaking of JD Vance, I'm glad you mentioned him. JD Vance is alive. He was there today. JD Vance is still with us, in case anyone's curious. I don't know why, but I was like, oh, I guess he's alive. I should put this in the... I was surprised Elon wasn't there, like shaking hands and kissing babies. But I guess technically JD Vance is still the vice president. I know. Who's JD Vance? Exactly. Who is he? None of us know. Like that's why I thought I should just prove this is a proof of life video.
Yeah.
That's what this is. JD Vance is still with us. Not on the couch or anything. He's still here. Yeah, so JD is still with us. And this is real life, people. This is what Trump was truthing during this or immediately following it. Biden is doing everything possible to make the transition as difficult as possible.
What?
This is the man that wouldn't sign the documents so the transition could happen. He is a pathological liar. From lawfare such as has never been seen before. Again, has nothing. Donald Trump committing crimes, being found guilty, and then judges, again, states' rights, brother, right? And then being found guilty of those crimes, and then upon appeal, those crimes being upheld. Does that have anything to do with Joe Biden? Absolutely not, right? To costly and ridiculous executive orders on the Green New scam and other money-wasting hoaxes. Fear not, these orders will all be terminated shortly. And just to give you an idea, like what is happening is before leaving office, Biden is enacting a bunch of executive orders. One was to expand Social Security payments. One is about climate crisis. And yeah, Trump's going, what Biden is essentially saying is, these are my policies. This is what I believe is good for America. And if you want to undo them all on the first day of your presidency, I'm going to make you undo them all on record.
Yeah, I like that. Yeah, I mean, he's cried for years about how Joe Biden undid 94 executive orders for staying in office. I'm sure he'll do the same. The only difference is I'm sure, like
he did.
Yeah, and yeah, I've just never heard any specific executive order that Biden's undone that like people can draw an actual result from, like, oh, the border's open now because he undid these executive orders. Which one? Which one did that? They don't know.
Oh, but, yeah, I know. They always do say like, the first day there was like 90 executive orders and that's when everything went to shit. You're just so right. And you ask like, which one made the border open? And we don't know. Like, oh, I don't know. I'm just really angry and I saw a meme that said this, so I'm screaming it at you now. Keep tapping the screen. I think our ability to get on the For You page has been limited due to, I don't know, whatever video I played about J6 or something. So if you would tap the screen consistently and share the live, it would be much, much appreciated. Tapping is clapping. Oh, and I thought this was hilarious again. Oh, wait, I think I wanted to read what Ron Filipkowski wrote on the top of this, and I didn't. From the president who made the transition more difficult for his successor than any other in American history by causing utter chaos and mayhem in the middle of a pandemic. And he's complaining about Biden just doing things that are 100% within his right to do.
Not to mention just kosher, like Social Security. Oh no!
Yeah, he increased Social Security payments, or he, did something with student loans. All of which, like Mike Johnson was just talking about, they're going to undo everything Biden did with student loan forgiveness on the first day, and that's the point. Everyone should see what Trump really cares about. Is taking away poor people's ability to get out from under massive debt. And this is margarine. The election, is she? Oh, I don't even know. The election certification today is vastly different than 2020, you think? No COVID lockdowns, high GOP engagement on election integrity, and a historic win by President Trump. And Rod Filipkowski said, I remember the certification being slightly different 4 years ago than today, too. But I remember other things that made it so. It's like we are in crazy town with these people. Okay, and that tap, 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 keep tapping the screen. Please gift pickles, share the live, tap the screen. Please subscribe if you can. This is, so that is my little presentation I made on January 6th and the election being certified. And now we can go. That is so cool. Sorry, that was my ADHD. I've never seen that one before. And now we'll go to the rest of the BS that is going on in America. Let me open my second presentation. Give me 1 second. Because, man, are there so many ridiculous things going on. Jeez. Oh, yes. I remember now what I want to talk about first. Did you see that Biden gave a bunch of people, like, awards and MAGA?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
Yes, George Soros.
I know.
I'm sure.
Yes, that's Why does it keep closing? Hold on. I'm sorry. 1 second. The iOS casting keeps closing when I open my presentation. I'm going to try to open it a different way.
What's next for Kamala? I think she mentioned she might run for governor.
There we go.
California. I would love to see that. Thank you guys for all the gifts.
Thank you so much for gifting pickles. I appreciate it. Okay, here we go. Yeah, these are the people that got presidential medals of freedom that MAGA has spent all weekend, like, losing their mind over, like Bono, Hillary Clinton, Michael J. Fox, Jane Goodall. That's the woman that, like, saves chimpanzees, isn't it? Yeah. Magic Johnson.
Bill Nye.
Ralph Lauren.
Ralph Lauren?
We should just say Lauren. He's
like
from Queens. He's a Jewish boy from Queens.
Okay.
But he likes to pronounce it otherwise. Anna Wintour.
Like the one we're thinking of, though, right?
Yeah.
Like the one who does clothes?
Yes, Ralph Lauren, right here on the end. That's him. Jewish boy from Queens, created the brand Ralph Lauren. Yeah. Anna Wintour's under him. Denzel Washington, George Soros, Dave Rubenstein, Bill Nye, Lionel Messi, like the greatest soccer player to ever live. And MAGA is absolutely losing their mind about this.
WWW. I like it all. But Liz Cheney's probably the most. Is she on there?
No, she got what is it called? These are presidential medals of freedom. Liz Cheney got it's like the citizens.
Okay.
It's something different. Yeah, it's a little different. And Benny Thompson also got the same thing, but they don't, I think MAGA is more mad about Liz Cheney. Yeah, Benny Thompson.
Benny Thompson's their side.
No,
right?
Benny Thompson's our side. No, Benny Thompson. Yeah, Benny Thompson. Yeah. He also was on the J6 committee. He got the same award as well. Okay.
I think Trump was like super, super upset with Benny Thompson, wasn't he?
Oh,
he named it. He said it by name the other day.
Yeah,
he should be in jail.
They're mad, but like sometimes you hear MAGA screaming about Liz Cheney more. But they both got the same award. That it's like the Citizens Medal of something. I can't remember. We talked about it on Friday.
Which was the award that Trump gave out that said it was better than the Medal of Honor? Was it the same one?
He gave it to he gave it to Sheldon Adelson's widow, who's a billionaire, who was offended by Trump having a little hissy fit. I can't remember. I'm not sure. I don't remember. And then they gave her an award or something. Yeah, I'm not sure if it's the same one, but I know who you're talking about. I think her name's like Miriam Adelson.
It's a Presidential Civilian Award. That's what it was.
That's the award they gave. It's called the Presidential Civilian Award, the one they gave Miriam Adelson, or the one they gave Liz Cheney?
The one that Trump specifically said that was better than Medal of Honor, Medal of Freedom.
Yeah.
Oh, no, Medal of Honor.
We're so confused. We're probably saying it all. Just forgive us. It's Monday and there's a lot going on. I just thought I had to do this really quick because this is ridiculous. This is this morning. Don Jr. is promoting a business to sell pew-pews, right?
course.
Oh, why is this? Sorry, it's on
Probably
mute.
quite
My bad.
anti-gun for most of that, calling me on.
Sorry.
See, I have people from New York City, people who I've known my whole life, were probably quite anti-gun for most of that, calling me, understanding that I've been into this world for quite some time. Hey, how do I go about doing this? How do I go about getting the training? How do I go about purchasing a firearm? Because
they're promoting a company like that's going to be selling firearms, and he's like, yeah, I've been in this for a while. You mean when you went to Africa and are like unaliving like innocent rhinoceroses minding their own business? Like, stop, Don Jr.
believe they are their last line of defense to protect themselves. And they're 100% right. We've seen the failures across the board, Maria. This is a fundamental American right, and we're going to protect it at all costs.
You're right. Omid, I mean, I've been training myself on how to handle a gun just because of the fear.
I've been Maria's been training herself on how to handle a pew-pew.
That you don't know what you don't know, Omid. So what about that? Are you seeing that?
Does everyone understand what Maria Bartiromo is doing? They're talking about, she used to be a very well-respected, like, financial reporter on Wall Street. And she's like, hey, you don't know what you don't know. So everybody I know, including myself, is now buying pew-pews.
Market as your growth opportunity here, Omid? Women, young people?
Absolutely. There's no question. If you look at the data, the fastest growing cohort for gun ownership are millennials and Gen Zs. They're growing exponentially. So,
dark.
That's
dark.
Yeah. They've done the market research. Sure.
Exactly. But, super dark.
And I wonder what the legality is behind like owning or operating a business like that and being under the influence of substances, because that's what they got Hunter for, right?
Well, also funny you should mention that, because I didn't even put it in the outline because there's so many outrageous things going on. But maybe that's why Don Jr. was on his podcast making a point. Do you guys remember when I showed you that video over and over of Don Jr. at the SpaceX launch, rubbing something all over his gums?
Yeah.
And he, this weekend on his podcast, came out and he's like, that's not, it was, what is that? Is it called like Zen or something? He's saying it was nicotine. And he was, yeah, I
that's
know.
That's not how you put nicotine in your mouth.
That's what I was exactly, who have I ever seen anybody putting nicotine on like in their mouth like that? No, I have not. But just so you guys know, that Don Jr. literally came out and said that. Like that it was nicotine. It was specifically those like Zen things. Oh wait, I need to hold on. Give me 1 second. I think I didn't delete some of these from here. These are the ones we listened to from J6. So I just want to make sure. Okay, I have some. I just want to make sure we're on the same page about what happened on Friday, right? Because I found some of these. Oh, we don't need to talk about. I want to talk about that. I'm confused why these things are here. I hope I don't have my outline out of order, but I'll just talk about it now in case. I hope I didn't do this out of order. So I was telling you guys how Michael Flynn, of course, and then Dan Bongino jumped up board, and they're telling Trump to cancel the inauguration. Like, that's basically what's going on. They're saying that he's in danger. He should cancel the inauguration. Something horrible is going to happen, right? And they said, they're talking about drones and all sorts of things and how it's not going to be safe, and how, and it's funny because Ron Filipkowski's like, I think Trump should listen to Flynn and Bongino and just cancel it. Best for all concerned. I agree. Now, we were talking about this on Friday, so I'm going to try to not say like names, right, while doing this. I don't want to incriminate myself or anyone else. This is Ron Filipkowski's. He posts like daily reports on what's going on in the news, okay? And I was talking to you guys on Friday very specifically about how the FBI released more information. And I was joking and saying, hey, you know how we have a left-wing conspiracy theory that it was Marge, that person walking around dropping off pipe bees like outside of the Democratic headquarters and Republican headquarters in DC. And we all used to joke that it was margarine. But on Friday, the FBI released new information because it's the anniversary of that. And they confirmed that the person was 5'7", right? And I was saying, well, Marge is 5'3". And this is Ron Filipkowski. And I was telling you guys, actually, there is this person who is a lot of people, not just Ron Filipkowski, but many people think possibly did this, and he is 5'7". I'm just pointing out, and I didn't know when I was telling you guys this that Ron Filipkowski was going to write this.
You can't give us any hints. I'm not sure
no,
who
I'm
you're
going to.
referring to.
I have a hint. I'm not. Well, no, I'm not. I'm not going to. I'm not saying his name. So this is Ron again. He said, I won't say the name, but I will say that he is often skulking around DC, harassing Democrats in congressional hearings as well. I've talked about him relentlessly. Was there on J6, is a close associate of Michael Flynn, and frequently talks about getting retribution on Democrats and the deep state. The name you have to figure out on your own, because my theory is just based on circumstantial evidence. Because Ron Filipkowski is a former federal prosecutor.
That's what I was thinking. Cash?
But no. But the 5'7" thing is another piece of evidence that fits his profile. It's a Green Beret. It's a former Green Beret. There's all of these things. I just want to be clear. This isn't random circumstantial evidence. There is several third-party private security firms that investigated this and released all these data points of it has to be someone that fits this very specific matrix of criteria. And the one person that fits all of the data points is this guy. It's not, I don't want you to think it's based on a lot of information. I'll put it that way. And anyways, I'm just going to show you this random post, and maybe you could figure out who, or completely unrelated. I'm just going to show you an unrelated thing that might help you figure out who someone may or may not be talking about. This is just an unrelated post from years ago. Just unrelated. I don't know. Maybe you could figure out who it is. Yeah, he was always running around with Ashley Babbitt's mother. That is a fact. Maybe you could figure out who in this photo it could be.
I am focused in on making sure that Kevin McCarthy has until Monday afternoon to release the 14,000 hours.
Okay. A week from Monday?
No, it took Monday.
Monday.
He has until close of business Monday.
Okay. And then what happens?
And then what? We are going to be demanding that one of the Real Team 6 does a motion to vacate.
Yeah, he got thrown out of congressional hearings recently. I mean, I'm just saying, I don't know who Ron Filipkowski is talking about. I'm just showing random videos from 2023 at this point. Who is, I mean, I just showed you his name.
His name is Ivan.
I don't know. I mean, I'm just showing you just random clips that people have posted on the internet, and still nobody seems to be able to connect the dots. And that is unbelievably shocking to me. Truly, I'm shocked by your inability to read and figure this out at this point. Anyways, moving along. Hi, Chrissy.
Hello. Can you guys hear me?
Hello. Yes, we can.
Okay, I have bars, so I wasn't sure. Thank you, everyone, for being here. We are at 188,000. I definitely think we should be at 200 by now. Make sure to keep an eye up there underneath Felice, right above Felice's head for polls so that we can get those done. Message Felice Navidad Live for a link to the Discord. Get Pickles' Cash App is next to him. Please don't forget to gift Pickles and Felice. Felice takes so much time out of her day and uses a lot of her mental energy to go through all of this stuff so that we don't have to read all of the horrors that are on X and Truth Social. make sure that we're really tapping today because of that earlier violation. We're probably not getting pushed out to the FYP. Share with all of your friends, and thank you all so much for being here. Thank you, Felice and Pickles, for everything you do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyways, moving along. The more you look into him, the more I'm just a random person. I don't know. You can connect the dots, but I have done a lot of research on it, and it's very interesting. I just want to quickly go through. Thank you for tapping the screen. Are we at? We're almost at 200K. Keep tapping. We can get to 300K. We can be at 500K for the first time by the time this is over. I just want to review some things that happened on Friday that we never talked about. So I want to make sure we're all on the same page of what happened. Like, just to review with the speaker vote, right? It was Ralph Norman and Keith Self who voted for other people. Obviously, Thomas Massey voted for Tom Emmer and was never going to change his vote no matter what anybody did to him. But I thought this stuff was interesting because I always like when the THREATSs start pouring out. So when Mike Johnson when there was that huge pause in the speaker vote, then people on X started making a bunch of THREATSs. I have a team of 90 political operatives I'm ready to put to work and to take out Norman. They're basically saying if Ralph Norman doesn't change his vote, I know every inch of the district like the back of my hand. He doesn't support MAGA. He's an embarrassment to South Carolina. I'm just giving some examples of the immediate pressure tactics that were deployed in order to get Ralph Norman and Keith Self, who's a Republican from Texas, in line. I love this part. Fox is reporting that Nancy, God help us all get her away from me, Mace, brought Norman and Self together in a side room outside the chamber. So it was Trump, right? And Trump was put on speakerphone. According to Brett Baer, Trump told them it would be disrespectful to Americans who voted in a historic presidential election to have this speaker's vote go to a second or third ballot, and it would be disrespectful to me. So it was, in fact, Donald Trump who bullied them into changing their votes. I just think it's important to note that. And then Keith Self, I think, who just wanted some recognition and wanted people to know who he was. Because I swear to you, I did not know who he was before Friday. Did you?
No.
Me either. And you live in Texas. I'd never have heard of that man ever. He was just like, this is my moment. Everyone will know who I am. And then I was showing this video, which I'll show you guys again, but Margarine plops down next to Thomas Massey and she was trying to cover her hand. But this is interesting. It said basically we were able to get a screenshot of it when she turned away, and it said that the person on the call was Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles. So when Margarine, and I actually put the clip in here, when Margarine was sitting next to Thomas Massey covering her phone with her hand, apparently she was talking to Trump's chief of staff, Susie Wiles, who's actually too bad her job is to wrangle idiots, because she's actually quite impressive. And I thought this was interesting. When Massey was asked why he wouldn't budge, regardless of all the pressure that was put on him, he reportedly referenced his wife. And if you guys don't know, the one redeemable quality about Thomas Massey, and I'm probably going to get it wrong, I want to say possibly cancer, and I don't remember why, but his wife, he basically watched his wife slowly unalive. And he mentions this when Republicans are trying to bully him and stuff. He'll throw this out there and be like, I don't give a about any of you anymore. I lost my wife, and don't ask me, don't try to appeal to my better nature. I don't have one. He said, if they thought I had F's to give before, I have no F's to give now. I'm a single man now. I lost my wife, and she was probably the nicest part of me. What do I have to lose? I mean, and like I said, I follow him on X and I read a lot of the things he posts. And when people try to pressure him, Republicans put pressure on him to vote for something, he does mention that. He's like, yeah, I used to be a better person than I am now, but I don't care about anything anymore. So he said, he posted from the floor, 433 members of Congress are being sworn in today, and I'm being sworn at. And Matt Gaetz responded, I know the feeling. In a way, I actually do respect Thomas. He knows the feeling of everyone hating him in Congress, but like, yeah, he doesn't, not for the same reasons as Thomas Massey. And then Chip Roy, total disappointment. He backed down earlier in the day after a call from Trump. He reportedly wanted Johnson, what was being said was Chip Roy was trying to angle to get himself appointed to the chair of the Rules Committee. That is the most important position in the House. No bills go to the floor that don't go through the Rules Committee. So Chip Roy basically wanted to be the last and final say of every bill that came to the floor. But Johnson told him if he did that, he would lose 200 Republicans who hate Chip Roy. Representative Don Bacon confirmed that, basically. Putting Chip Roy in charge of the Rules Committee is like putting Stalin in charge of amnesty and diplomacy. The moderates hate Chip Roy. So, yeah, it wasn't happening. I mean, and this is all stuff I didn't report on Friday because I hadn't heard until after the fact. So this is some more interesting stuff. So after Johnson said he would make no promises or threats, remember I read you that ridiculous quote from him and I was like, he didn't write this. It seems that promises and threats were made to get him over the top. The lesson Republicans should learn from this is that they should try to work with Democrats to get things done given their tiny majority. But they will not. Thank you so much for the glasses. So they will not. They'll have to remain near unanimous on every single bill. They have never been able to do that before over the past 2 years on anything. So good luck to them. That's the truth. But it looks like Trump is going to try to strong arm all of them and threaten them with constant primaries. Oh, and we went over this, which we loved. The best moment of the entire day was Stacey Plaskett, who is a representative from the Virgin Islands, basically standing up and pointing out, there's a combined 4 million Americans with the highest per capita representation in the American military who do not get to vote for speaker. And I think she got booed by Republicans for just pointing this out, but she got a standing ovation from Democrats. She's an absolute queen. If you don't know who Stacey Plaskett is, I know everyone loves Jasmine Crockett, but Stacey Plaskett is effing amazing. Oh, and here's some more interesting things. I just found out about this and I didn't know about this. So Matt Gaetz's resignation, right? Or no, we talked about it a little bit on Friday, but I went back and researched it and it's real. Like he could have voted on Friday. He was waiting. If they were going to have more holdouts than Massey, then Matt Gaetz was apparently going to show up on Friday and vote for Mike Johnson. That's what he was saying. He was on Charlie Kirk's show like live while the speaker vote was going on, and said, quote, "If this had been a close one, I would have been there. I had a certificate of election, but I spoke to Mike Johnson last night and he exhibited great confidence that after Trump spoke with our colleagues that today would have been ceremonial. If my vote was needed, I would have been there. I had a flight booked and everything." Like, what? What is going on? Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 300K. We're almost to 250. Tapping is clapping. I appreciate you guys tapping the screen. It means more than you know. Thank you so much. Bethany said, oh my God. What's JD's new position? Pleather of the couch. Exactly. JD's position is he's going to be spending a lot of time melting into couches and not being noticed. just being part of the furniture. Trump will never have a VP with any power. That's the nature of narcissists. He's not going to allow his number two to of course, he's going to emasculate him. Plus, JD's young and has his whole life in front of him. Like, you can expect Trump is not going to let JD anywhere near any real power. I guarantee you. Mike Pence basically sat by himself and just like said things for 4 years.
I have a suspicion that Trump still secretly just fucking hates Vance, especially for like what Vance said about him, and he begrudgingly used him for the election.
Oh, no, 100% for sure to galvanize the Christian nationalists. Yeah. And just, again, as someone who is raised by a malignant narcissist, what you have to understand is just JD Vance's youth alone, Trump hates him for. Do you know what I'm saying? Just the fact that JD Vance has his life in front of him, like that's enough that, you'll see. I mean, I think that is what, I mean, everything is a pawn. Everyone is a pawn to be played off of another pawn. And that's what you're witnessing. Like right now, Trump is going to use Elon Musk to make JD Vance feel like the bridesmaid, never the bride, like, and then if Elon Musk starts annoying Trump, those roles will switch and he'll use JD Vance to push Elon Musk out. Like, I mean, everything is about pushing people below him. Like, he is God. Everyone else is a pawn in a game. You're only as good as the last time you transacted with a narcissist. Like, what do you have that a narcissist needs? And with Trump, money talks. So JD's needs access to some serious capital. Oh yeah. So I thought this is a good quote from Charlie. Well, not good. This is an interesting quote from Charlie Kirk. So Gates was planning to vote for Johnson and then he was going to resign if his vote was needed. Kirk then responded, but we have about 3,000 emails that have come in over the last 30 minutes and it's 99% against Speaker Johnson. They can't stand him. They call him a gutless wonder. They say he's a liar. He deceived us. He's misled us.
Oh my God.
These people, yeah.
The girls are fighting again.
They are very, very angry. Tap the screen. Please do gift Pickles. He should be way over 1,000. Please gift Pickles. Again, our live has been limited. I don't think we're going to be on the For You page as a result of some clip I probably played. I don't even know which one it was. But if you all could please tap the screen, gift Pickles. Pay apps are right next to him. Mine are right here. And any tips and donations are much appreciated. I'm also trying to get back to like 500 subscribers. Oops. Oh, I forgot. I forget about those noises and what they are. What is it? Wait, did I already play that? I'm not sure why this is here. Sorry, I don't think I meant for this to be here. Mike Jones. Oh yeah, no, this was just me going through again what happened. This is Mike Johnson leaving the room with Chip Roy. Oh yeah, now I remember. I just was including these things in case we wanted to go through them. Oh, and I took this screenshot. So this is what I was describing to you through Ron Filipkowski's blog. This is that when Ralph Norman voted against Trump, this is the screenshot. I have a team of 90 political operatives. I'm ready to put to work to take out Ralph Norman. And I know every inch of the district like the back of my hand. He doesn't support MAGA and he's an embarrassment to South Carolina. This is when they were trying to get Ralph Norman to change his vote and they were putting political pressure on him.
Republicans are so tribal, and like you don't see this too much on the left, do you? This is just so gross.
Well, we haven't been in power in a long time, so yeah, definitely not recently, right? Like, if the Democrats ever get power in the House, we'll see more of it, I think. We'll see the left flank not agree with the moderates. But when you are on the constant defensive and you're just trying to drag your feet, the Democrats have been in lockstep for years.
We never go, this Democrat is not a true Biden supporter. Like, just feels icky to say. Like, what?
I know. I think, yeah, I hate, actually. I don't think. Oh, yeah. And then this was Lauren Boebert. So this is when Thomas Massey was basically saying, like, I'm being, yeah, you know, a bunch of people are being sworn in today. I'm being sworn at. Lauren Boebert attacks Thomas Massey. I don't like Thomas Massey, but like, Boebert, you are a joke. How it started versus how's it going? 2019, I'm going to shrink the government and save America. 2025, I'm going to steal the Declaration of Independence. Like, what? Ooh, puzzle piece. Hold on. Yay. Okay. Our live will not be shut down. But again, and like, you should have seen, they were like, Thomas Massey's abusing, like talking about him being on like weight loss medication. He very clearly said, like, I lost my wife a few years ago. I don't care about anything anyone says. Like, don't ask me to. But when Lauren Boebert thinks she can talk S to you, which I thought this was very interesting. So it's crazy that, excuse me, that Representative Thomas Massey is getting ripped to shreds by America First conservatives for rejecting Mike Johnson, when it is Mike Johnson who is very much not America First. Massey is the GOAT, and we need many more like him. Actually, there were a lot of MAGA who were in support of what Thomas Massey was doing. And I thought this was a great comment by Ron Filipkowski. It was never America first. It was always Trump first. From 2015 to present, what Republicans do at any given moment is what Trump decides that moment, which could change an hour or a day later. For Trump, this election was about staying out of prison, not a policy agenda. Like, truer words
Agreed.
were never. I mean, that sums it up. Like, there's no policies. He didn't write down any policies. The only thing that he cares about, which I can't even remember, but I can't remember. Oh, I think I have it in a clip somewhere that, like, Mike Johnson was saying, oh, the most important thing to Trump are the tax cuts. Of course they are. All he cares about is retribution, revenge, staying out of prison, the 1% consolidating more wealth. That's it. That's all. Stop acting like this has to do with ideals. Like Trump, if Trump had America First ideals, like, he would have disagreed with Elon Musk and he would have followed his previous line of logic on H-1B visas, but he didn't. And I said this on Friday, but Matt Gaetz did correctly call it, right? Mike Johnson will be elected speaker today on the first vote. People might like or dislike that. I'm just reporting the news.
And it wasn't, right?
No, he was. Yeah. He was elected on the first vote.
Oh, he was on the first vote? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. And basically what Matt Gaetz was saying was that, when we were effing with Kevin McCarthy, that was because we didn't have an election to certify on the 6th. It was
the second vote. People keep saying it was the second.
It's not the second.
They had one failed vote. No?
Okay.
Was it a different vote that they failed?
I'm just going to help you all. It was the first vote.
Yeah. Okay.
He was certified on the first vote. You guys are wrong. If you're under the impression it was the second, then you need to look it up again. He was certified on the first vote, on the first round. The vote, that's why it was saying on the chyrons, it appeared to fail. I don't need you guys to keep typing second as if I don't know. I know.
I trust you. First. I was just questioning myself. I trust you.
Yeah, that's why it kept saying the first vote appears to fail. Then they took them into a side room, and Ralph Norman and Keith Self changed their vote on the first round.
Got it.
It took one round of voting. Otherwise, we would have gone through again where they called everyone's names.
14 times.
Yeah, it was the first. There was a big pause, right? And they were like threatening people and throwing their weight around. And then two people changed their votes. So it was the first round. Yeah, it took one round. And that's why Trump said it would be disrespectful to me if this went a second or third round. He wanted them to change their votes right then. I mean, that was his show of power of we're consolidating around me. And this was the moment right here, just in case anyone forgot. Norman changes his vote for Johnson. Self changes his vote for Johnson. Mike Johnson now has the votes to become speakers. This was the first round. Like this. Mike Johnson is elected Speaker of the House off one round of votes, right? They changed their votes in the first round.
That makes sense.
Yeah. This is the moment.
The Honorable Mike Johnson of the state of Louisiana has received 218.
And that's why you see the other as one. The only person who didn't fold like a lawn chair immediately was Thomas Massey. Even all those people, just to give you an idea of what was happening, because Chip Roy, and I'll show you the clips because it annoys me, right? They're all acting like they were like brave dissenters. They're not. What happened was in a round of voting, there was only one round of voting. If they call your name and you don't vote, that doesn't mean you didn't vote and you've done something in your brain. It just means maybe you were in the bathroom. So those people who sat there silent like they were doing something, they recall those names at the end. And all of those people, except for Ralph Norman and Keith Self, even Chip Roy, all of the Andy Biggs, Eli Crane, all of those people, Andy Harris, the Freedom Caucus chair who was trying to look tough, they all changed their votes immediately. The only two people who actually cast votes, or there's three, Thomas Massey, right? He voted for Tom Emmer, and then Ralph Norman and Keith Self. One of them voted for like Byron Donalds. I can't remember who the other voted for. Right. So they actually didn't do anything. They just didn't say anything when their names were called the first time. They called all their names at the end, and then they cast their vote for Mike Johnson. Oh, and this is the best part. Here's the real stuff I want to show you. So what we didn't get to see, because we were talking about other stuff on the live, was after Mike Johnson's elected speaker, Hakeem Jeffries goes first, the House Minority Leader, and he gets to give a speech, right? So Hakeem Jeffries was giving a speech to the entire Congress.
For far too long in this country, the cost of living has gone up, but the size of the middle class has come down. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Childcare costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. America is too expensive. There are far too many people in this great country who for decades have been struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. That is not acceptable in the wealthiest country in the history of the world. We need to build an affordable economy for hard-working American taxpayers, and we need to build it now. It's time for us to come together and finally lower the high cost of living in the United States of America once and for all.
The irony is that's what Trump ran on and will do nothing about, right?
You know that paper is more sophisticated now than
Thank
computers.
We know that Trump will do nothing about any
grocery
of the
prices.
stuff he ran on. Yeah.
There's no plan. There's no plan for any of that. And I went over that last night with somebody else. There's nothing there. In fact, tariffs are going to raise prices of goods. And now MAGA says they didn't vote for that. They didn't vote for the price of food. They voted for immigrants to be deported?
I'm
I don't
agreeing
know.
with you. I'm so stressed. I don't even want to I wasn't going to bring this up even to tomorrow till tomorrow. There is like a Washington Post exclusive on this, and Trump is freaking out about it this morning because like people basically people in Trump's administration were speaking on the condition of anonymity about the tariff plans and said that Trump was like paring them down, but they're definitely happening. And Trump like went nuts this morning. Was like, I'm not paring them down. They're happening exactly as I said they're happening. And I mean, it's happening, you guys. This is something going on this morning, and I'm going to do more research into it because I have a lot, there's a lot of stuff I need to go through today, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. But the tariffs are happening. I mean, that's what it's very much looking like. Like I wish this would be Trump cannot pay he's going to cut Social Security and Medicaid. That's the other thing you hear Republicans talking about all weekend. But that can't pay for these tax cuts for corporations and for
not even close.
Yeah, it doesn't come close. Even when they steal our Social Security, they cut Medicaid. It's not going to pay for it if they don't cut the real waste, which is the military. So here come the tariffs. Like, get it? We are in hell. Like, I don't know how else. I'm kind of over. Oh, I'm sorry. Anyways, this is to continue.
Long in this country, the cost of living has gone up, but the size of the middle class has come down. Housing costs are too high. Grocery costs are too high. Childcare costs are too high. Insurance costs are too high. Utility costs are too high. America is too expensive. There are far too many people in this great country who for decades have been struggling to live paycheck to paycheck. That is not acceptable in the wealthiest country in the history of the world.
I have to listen on Fox News for people like Mr. Wonderful from Shark Tank to be like, America's number one. No, it's not. The middle class is disappearing. When he says the middle class is getting smaller, he means because we're all moving towards poverty. There is no middle class. There's just
we're going to see, like, and it's hard to read this it's hard to see this at a glance when you look at like the GDP might be increasing. That looks good. But what if that's all rich people just getting richer? And
it's the shareholders, right? That's what it is. It's shareholders. It's the rich getting richer. It's the disappearance of the middle class. There are the poor and they're the exorbitantly wealthy. That is late stage capitalism.
Yeah.
Welcome to hell.
We need to build an affordable economy for hard-working American taxpayers, and we need to build it now. It's time for us to come together and finally lower the high cost of living in the United States of America once and for all.
Don't make me tell you about the time I met him. Well, some of you were there. Oh. Kathy, thank you so much for the $20. It is so appreciated. You are amazing. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And she said some emojis, hand emojis, blue heart. Thank you, Kathy. Heart to you too. I love Hakeem Jeffries. He was on a roll.
And we will work with anyone of any party to get that done. We will work with anyone to secure.
Literally anyone. You too, Mike Johnson. You too, Donald Trump. Literally, we will work with 6 koalas in a trench coat stacked on top of each other. Anyone. Tap the screen. Tapping is clapping. We're almost to 300K. Thank you guys so much.
Sophisticated now than computers.
our board will work with anyone to fix our broken immigration system in a comprehensive and bipartisan manner. At the same period of time,
Did you see Mike Johnson nodding there? Like, oh, yeah. No, stop it, Mike. Stop it. You are hastening the goddamn apocalypse, the financial apocalypse of middle class Americans. Don't nod at us.
at the same period of time, we will push back against far-right extremism whenever necessary.
And remember, you heard him say that, because this is going to become very important. So I'm going to now play for you the next part of this speech, right? He said far-right extremism and then quickly clarifies what he means by that, which is the cutting of Social Security and Medicaid.
At the same period of time, we will push back against far-right extremism whenever necessary. So let me be clear. Social Security and Medicare are not entitlement programs. They are earned benefits. Hard-working American taxpayers pay in to Social Security and Medicare every day, every week, every month, every year throughout their entire adult life. They've earned those benefits, worked hard for those benefits, and deserve those benefits. So as Democrats, our promise to the American people is that we will fight hard to make sure that no one in this town takes away Social Security or Medicare from the American people. Not now, not ever. No means never.
Amen. Remember when Republicans promised that prior to the election? That's what they were saying. Now they're all marching to a different tune. Thank you so much for subscribing, Lena. Thank you so much. I think we're at 423 subscriptions. I'm trying to get to 500. If you can subscribe, it is greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you, Maxwell, for the tip. He said, keep up the good work. Love the show. Thank you so much. I think it's important to point out that, like, I want to say this because I think that I was listening to people trying to say this on Sunday Morning Politics. I think there's a belief that maybe Democrats got away from the right messaging. Like, while we were attacking Trump, we didn't address that we care about the working class economy. But I don't know whose job it is to understand that Democratic policies benefit the middle class. Democratic policies.
It's a given.
Yeah. I don't know. Like, I'm not, maybe we got away from it, but did we? Like, our policies have always benefited the middle class. Joe Biden lowered the deficit, right? Like, everything that would be traditionally fiscally responsible, that was our party. Right? If you are middle class, if you are lower middle class, if our policies benefit you. If you don't know that, like, at what point is it your job to do some research and figure that out and not like I was on, hey, I saw a meme and that they said that Trump cares about poor people, so I voted for him. Like, we are in an age of a level of misinformation and disinformation that if people aren't going to own, you know what I mean? Like, their own ability to critically think and do research, I don't know how we're going to pull these people out.
Yeah, I think Ron Filipkowski also mentioned how he's criticizing the Kamala campaign for focusing on Project 2025 when we could have more easily just focused on his Agenda 47 and all of the crazy shit that's in there with his name directly attached. The stuff that, you know, we've been bringing up in the last few months from debates, like, I don't know, keeping people from coming into the country who aren't Christian or who are Marxist or communist or socialist, or kicking everybody out of the military who's left wing. Like, all of those crazy things could have been on blast and none of them were.
That's
which is
such a
in
great
hindsight.
point. I read that and I didn't put it in this outline. So I'm so glad you brought that up. Someone said, what's wrong with my Venmo? There's nothing, just my Venmo is a girl has no name. Just go on the Venmo app and type that in. It might not directly link like in my link tree, but just this is my Venmo and Cash App. A girl has no name. And I promise if you just go to the app and type that in, there's nothing wrong with it. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. So again, just to reiterate, because it is important, Pickles is saying what Ron Filipkowski's railing about is like, because the Democratic Party chose to focus on Project 2025, which then Trump could easily just be like, oh, I don't know what that is, which is a lie, but who cares, right? There were all these Agenda 47 videos on his site that were overseen by Stephen Miller, right? He's nuts. He's out of his mind. They said a bunch of crazy things. And instead of us highlighting those, which was Donald Trump's face, like front and center, talking about his policies that are insane, like putting people in camps. And remember the Freedom Cities? What he said he was going to like annex federal land to like make Freedom City. I mean, yeah. And Ron Filipkowski was like, why didn't we talk about those videos? Donald Trump couldn't denounce that stuff because it's actually the Agenda 47 videos are a dumbed down version of Project 2025. Yeah. Project 2025 are for intelligent people that, no big words. Agenda 47 is like a dumbed down, idiotic version.
Also, breaking news: Rudy Giuliani's been held in contempt of court for not
he
paying.
Technically was on Friday, and then it was just continued. Yeah, he was held in contempt on Friday. I'm pretty sure, and then it was continued, and he's held in contempt by what, like a second court now?
This is in Judge on Monday. Yeah, it says his condo might get. It was protected, a 10-room apartment in Upper East Side, Manhattan. It might actually be turned over to Ruby Freeman.
It's his Yankees. It's his stupid watch, his Yankees. He has a collection of like Yankees memorabilia, the 10-room apartment. Yeah. And this started on Friday, which I think I have some screenshots of I love Inner City Press. They were covering it. I know he acts like it's just a random condo, a 10-room apartment in New York City. I know that's a mansion. Just to be clear, that's a mansion. We're talking about 10 rooms. If you have like two rooms, including your bathroom, you're rich in New York. It's ridiculous. Yeah, he basically is still refusing to do what the judge says. I think I don't know what, holding out hope that Trump's going to save him or something. So I mean, that's my personal. Oh, thank you so much, Vicky. Vicky said, thank you for everything to educate. Thank you, Vicky, for the $25. You don't know what that means to me. Okay, let's see. Is this still, this is still talking. Oopsies.
Our position is that it is not acceptable to cut Social Security, cut Medicare, cut Medicaid, cut veterans' benefits, or cut nutritional assistance from children and families in order to pay for massive tax breaks for billionaires and wealthy corporations. House Democrats.
That's what is happening. Please understand. That is what is happening. Not just that, but I'll report on it more tomorrow when I do more research. But there's a Washington Post exclusive article saying it's not, on top of that, on top of cutting benefits, all of these tariffs are tacked on, right? Every time we transact at the cash register, we're going to be paying more to pay for billionaires and corporations to have tax cuts.
Yay.
This is America. Yeah, Johnson has a response. That's why, and I was actually thinking about this. It's really sad. Like, if I was, I would just be like, I'm going first. I would not want to go after Hakeem Jeffries. You know what I mean? He did a horrible, I actually don't even know if I put any of it in because his was so bad. It was awful.
Thank you. 2 months ago, the American people elected Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States of America.
This is so funny. This is funny.
Thank you for that very generous applause. It's okay. There are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. You see?
Welcome, MAGA. You guys are welcome that there are no election deniers on our side of the aisle. We could do what you guys did for 4 years and just gaslight you into oblivion. But we can do that with just facts. We don't need to make up alternate reality. MAGA finds facts to be gaslighting. Do you know what I'm saying? I think the way to gaslight MAGA is to just point out the truth relentlessly. They seem to find that is like throwing a bucket of water like on them. They cannot stand it.
One should love America. One should love America when you win and when you lose. That's the patriotic thing to do, and that's the America that House Democrats will fight hard to preserve because we love this country.
I love this man. Sorry. I didn't plan to, that just came out of my mouth. We love him. We absolutely. And now, okay. So now I remember what I have next. Do you guys remember when he said we denounce like right-wing extremism? And what he was talking about specifically was cutting Social Security and Medicaid and Medicare that we have paid into, right? So then I found this clip later in the day that they were trying to demonize him for those words.
I want to begin with a soundbite from the other chamber.
What is a soundbite? What in the F is a soundbite? We don't know. And this
She
is
probably meant to
kitchen.
say soundbite.
Do you remember who? Oh,
Yeah.
Joanna's here. Sorry. Hey, Joanna, do you remember that this is kitchen table response to the State of the Union? This is the youngest senator in the Senate from Alabama. This is Katie Britt. She doesn't even speak. Yes, we're about to get a soundbite from Kayleigh McEnany. Hi, Joanna.
Oh Lord, between the soundbite and the trad wife 5000,
That's the word I needed. The trad wife, the woman in her kitchen.
Literally with the pie and the apron, it was like, yes. As a matter of fact, some women do just want to stay at home and be told what to do by their husbands and have kids. Girl, shut the fuck up. No, we don't. But quick commercial break. Thank y'all once again for being here. I love how y'all's yapping fingers turn into tapping fingers. We're at 3:15. We can definitely get to 400K before we end live. Thank y'all for gifting, sharing, tapping. Appreciate all the coinage. The donations are phenomenal as well. Thank you for the messages. Thank you for the jokes. Keep doing y'all big one. Maybe step it up a bit, cause y'all start tapping and then y'all slack and then y'all will tap and then y'all will slack. Let's just keep tapping. The information is phenomenal. We all hate it here. Where's the summer?
Any day now.
Sorry, the mailman is outside, so my dog is being psychotic. Yeah. By the way, like I said earlier, if you haven't subscribed to Felice on YouTube, make sure you do that. It's A Girl Has No Name. Shout out to Game of Thrones. We love Arya Stark, just like we love Felice. If you want a link to the Discord, that dark Felice down there in the middle of me and Spicy Pickles, send a message to that account and ask for the link to the Discord. That'll get you access to a lot of the fun stuff that we do in there, but also all the information from these outlines if you want to go back and look at it, because Felice spends a lot of time with her big, beautiful brain putting all this information together so we can listen to it and putting it in there so that we can see it. If you haven't sent a donation yet, Felice's pay links are up top at A Girl Has No Name, Venmo, and Cash App. And then our favorite, My favorite. I do love Steve. Male co-host. Our handsome, super tall, super talented Dark Pickles, who is also Spicy Pickles when they do debates. If you haven't followed the account that he's on now, this is his backup. Make sure you follow this one and you follow his other one as well. Show all the appreciation to Pickles because we love whenever he's here. Nice to look at, great to listen to. Just like Felice.
Amen. I was going to say, let's at least get him to 2,000. Thank you guys so much. Please do gift Pickles. We love having him here. He's amazing.
Y'all stop it. I'm blushing.
Me too.
I mean, we can't really tell. You just look slightly tan over there. I don't see a blush. Let's make Pickles blush. Keep sending him gifts. Make sure that you're following him. Let's get those shares up. We can get to 850, 900 by the time the live is over. Let's get these likes up. I see, as I've been up here, y'all have been yapping and not tapping as much. Let's get to tapping. I haven't cut the comments off today, but I can turn up and do it. Now let's see what Tradwife 5000 and this other idiot has to say. Y'all are welcome. Thank you for being here, though. We really do appreciate and love y'all.
Thank you so much,
Thank
Loretta.
you.
You're
Thank
amazing.
you.
Yeah. So again, this is Kayleigh McEnany pointing out or trying to lie on Hakeem Jeffries, which is absolutely unacceptable.
From the other chamber of Congress, and that's the House of Representatives, this is Hakeem Jeffries. He had the audacity to use the word extremism today, 3 days after a terrorist attack, but he used it in a very interesting way. Listen to that.
Oh, again, lying on Hakeem Jeffries, saying that he, like, apparently first of all, there is a domestic tea attack literally like every couple hours in the US if you break down the amount of them. So I don't know how we're not supposed to use the word extremism. But again, what he was referring to was Republicans trying to cut Social Security and Medicare.
We will work with anyone to secure our borders, and we will work with anyone to fix our broken immigration system in a comprehensive and bipartisan manner. At the same period of time, we will push back against far-right extremism whenever necessary.
Far-right extremism is the problem. I mean, look at these headlines, all from the last year, Senator Britt. You see here, it's not just what happened in New Orleans. It's Afghan national and U.S. on special immigrant visa accused of plotting an ISIS-inspired Election Day attack. CNN, ISIS.
Which I went ahead and looked up a bunch of numbers on this, so don't you guys worry. I will be going through some numbers.
This isn't done with us. Arrested Tajiks highlight U.S. fears of terror attack on U.S. And then there's an ABC one that follows. It seems we have a problem, and it is not right-wing extremism.
Period of time.
And this is the real clip, right? This is the actual clip of what he said, which had nothing to do with right-wing extremism, like domestic teism attacks, which are a huge problem and do outweigh any sort of jihadist attacks in America. There was a study just done on this.
We will push back against far-right extremism whenever necessary. So let me be clear. Social Security and Medicare are not entitlement programs. They are earned benefits.
So that was the real quote. And she went on some rant, which I will wait till you guys see. I have the best study we can all use in debates for the rest of our lives. Oopsies. Sorry. Hold on. Oopsies. Let me I need to open this one more time. But yeah, I found the most amazing study. Judge Janine finally helped. Actually, it wasn't Judge Janine. It's never Judge Janine with facts. It was Jessica Tarlov, because she was countering lies Judge Janine was telling. And she was talking about a study which Oh man, I poured over all morning, and I will be using it in every single debate for the rest of my life.
Ooh.
Yeah, you're going to get excited. You're going to love it. But again, so
Okay.
that was Hakeem Jeffries doing his little speech, doing his amazing speech. And I did not include all Mike Johnson's speech because Mike Johnson looked down the entire time and read off a piece of paper. And it sounded like he was scared he was going to be punished, like, or get an answer wrong. I can't even describe it. It was like, he was unsure of himself while reading his speech off of a piece of paper. It was disturbing. Oopsies, sorry. I forgot.
We best serve our own country and most successfully discharge our obligations to humanity by continuing to be openly and candidly, intensely and scrupulously American. I love that. I love that. Today,
this is when you beg for applause. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, he's begging for, he's like, I love that. That was a moment where if anybody knew what he was saying, they would have clapped. Like, Hakeem Jeffries was getting standing ovations from Republicans. And then Mike Johnson is like, what? I just want you to hear that again. Like, this is why I won't make you listen to all of Mike Johnson's speech, because this is what it was. He's like, oh yeah, like now is when you would clap for me if anybody thought they wanted to clap.
we best serve our own country and most successfully discharge our obligations to humanity by continuing to be openly and candidly, intensely and scrupulously American. I love that. I love that. Today, yeah, that's right. That's an applause line.
That was the joke.
That is the saddest moment. And there were just many sad moments where he's like, wasn't that great?
There's got to be that meme.
Was it? Oh, we're supposed to clap?
Y'all seen that meme from The Simpsons? It was like the Arnold guy from Simpsons. He's like making a speech and he goes, that was the joke. He's telling people when to clap.
Mike Johnson did that the whole time. And it's like, what are you talking about? First of all, stop using big words. Nobody knows what you're saying. And anyways, and then Mike Johnson got sworn in, which was disappointing, I'm sure, for everybody in there.
And as heirs to the American Revolution and the descendants of patriots who defied tyranny, in the coming months, we are going to pass legislation to roll back the totalitarian fourth branch of government known as the administrative state.
The administrative state. What in the are you talking about? I just remember. I forgot I put 2 clips of him making no sense.
Didn't y'all just make a new branch of government, Doge?
The administrative state, which, by the way, I went over these numbers. If we fired every single full-time federal employee, it would be like, what was it or something? It'd be like 16% of the budget. It's no money. All of the government waste is coming from the military. And what he's referring to as the administrative state, they're government contractors. They're people that have jobs in private industry who are contracted by the government. They're not like these, we're going to drain the swamp and all of this money is being wasted. It's not real. Yeah, that's not even true. But they are scared. Like, in terms of what if I had to guess what he means by administrative state, right? Like, what they're saying is, hey, Biden hired a bunch of very intelligent people who were doing, statistical analysis on who was being disproportionately impacted by policies, and then they would make decisions based on that. And corporations and billionaires want that to stop, right? They want to be able to pollute if they want to pollute. They want to be able to, make natural gas contracts with countries that harm America if they want to. I mean, that's what they're talking about. The administrative state is not a waste of money, but I think it's just removing more red tape. It's the deregulation of capitalism. And then Mike Johnson got sworn in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear that you will support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic, that you will bear true faith and allegiance to the same, that you take this obligation freely, that you take this obligation without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion, and that you will well and...
Anyways, I think we all get the point. I know, exactly. I wish he had said no and walked out, but he didn't. And then he swore in new congressional members.
You may as well remain standing because according to precedent, the chair will swear in the members-elect en masse.
En masse, that's French for everyone at once. So then they all took the same oath. And I thought this was absolutely hilarious. So while all this is going on, guess who is with Trump at Mar-a-Lago? It makes sense.
Oh, what? McCarthy?
Yeah, this is who. Former House Speaker Kevin McCarthy is with President-elect. This is Friday. Oh, if you guys don't understand why. No, it makes perfect sense. This is K Street Kevin McCarthy. He's the lobbyist of all lobbyists. He's the swampiest of all swamps. This is the interests of corporate America shaking hands with Donald Trump. That's who Kevin McCarthy is. He's a no-good corporate lobbyist now. That's what he does. He's a K Street corporate lobbyist. Of course, Trump cares about Kevin McCarthy. He holds the keys to a lot of money. But I just thought it was hilarious. Oh, and actually, Ron Filipkowski pointed it out better than me, so I'm not going to take credit for it. But what's so ironic is 5 days ago, right? He was on Truth Social because Trump doesn't mean anything he says. He's just spewing nonsense. The extension of the debt ceiling by a previous Speaker of the House will go down as one of the dumbest political decisions made in years. And that's because he wants to rob us all and give corporate tax cuts and tax cuts to billionaires. And he's mad that they didn't either abolish the debt ceiling or push it out farther. Oh, Pickles is almost to 2,000 coins. Can we get Pickles? Can we please gift Pickles and thank him for being here? And if this could be my first day from a People's Receipts episode, getting to 500K in taps, it would make me so, so happy. Can we get to 400K? Tap the screen. Tapping is clapping. You guys are doing such an amazing job. Yes. Yay, Felice is on with Pickles. I know. Pickles hasn't been around in a while. So let's encourage him to keep coming back with bribes of gifts and coins and gold.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
Oh, and so this is CNN. So after this, they're reporting on what Trump was up to during the speaker's election.
Then, on top of that, once the votes had already been cast, we now know that Trump called into the private meeting with these people who had voted against Johnson and had a conversation with them. Now, I spoke to Trump this morning, and he said he was all in on Johnson, that there was nobody waiting in the wings, that he believed that Johnson was the only person in Congress who could get the votes, and that's why he was supporting him. Of course, obviously, as we know, Johnson has also been incredibly loyal to Donald Trump, which is something that he takes incredibly seriously.
I think that's accurate, though. Trump saying, hey, I'm supporting this guy because it's the path of least resistance, and I need my election to be certified on the 6th. And without there being a speaker, that can't happen. I think that, and he's just like, this is the path of least resistance and the guy who can get the votes. That's fair. Oh, and here's Chip Roy acting like he did something. So keep in mind, we have now learned officially the speaker was decided in one round. All Chip Roy did was not vote when his name was called the first time. At the end of the roll call, when they recalled his name, he voted for Mike Johnson. And then Chip Roy's acting like he's like some sort of like, the great resistance. You didn't do anything, Chip.
Well, the reservations are we spent close to $3 trillion last year with more Democrat votes than Republican votes. We had multiple bills that were passed with a majority, lacking a majority of Republican votes. We saw what unfolded with a promise to say that we would secure the border of the United States before we funded Ukraine. Those were all failures. But that's looking in the rearview mirror. Today's a new
Wasn't that Mitch McConnell?
Those were all failures. Yeah, you are in fact listing your party's failures. Go on.
Then asked us to get behind Mike Johnson. We did. It is now Mike Johnson's house to deliver. It is now Mike Johnson's.
He's basically saying, hey, the 118th Congress was a bunch of failures. Let me list a few. And now he's trying to say, I didn't want Mike Johnson, but under pressure, we've given him the reins. So it's his ball to drop now. That's what he's saying. You know, he's basically saying, we've given Mike Johnson the rope to hang himself. Let's see what happens.
Job to deliver on the president's agenda. We will back him as long as we're delivering on that agenda. And so that is what we need to do right now, is come together to do that. We've got to stop spending money we don't have and racking up deficits. We've got to secure the border. We've got to get rid of the bureaucrats. We've got to make our country strong again. There can't be no room for doubt here. We've got to have leadership to get that done. And that's why today's vote. That's why there were 9 people who withheld their votes. It sends a message that we're going to be watching that.
Yep, you didn't do. If you were trying to send a message, you could have at least voted for someone else and made it go to 2 rounds. That would have been a message. You didn't do anything. Chip, you just didn't say anything the first time they said your name out loud. Stop, Chip. Stop.
So
You're
brave.
not a hero. I did respect him on the debt ceiling fight. I don't respect you now. I just wanted to say, yes, thank you so much, Haley. Let's get me to 500,000 likes. We're almost to 400,000. And I wanted to say, Kat has been tapping so hard that 3 times she's accidentally requested during this live to come up. Kat, I appreciate your tapping, your fervor. I see you down there. Keep up the great work. It is much appreciated. Kat, we can do it. Tapping is clapping. Okay, and here's Ralph Norman. He at least, let's give Ralph Norman some credit. At least Ralph voted for another person. He too still switched his vote to Johnson, but at least he named someone else and wasn't just weirdly silent when they called his name.
Conservatives will be at the table on negotiations. No four corners deal that we get it to the last minute. Let's put people like Chip Roy, I'm just using him as an example, like other people who are true, know how to negotiate, and will fight, and will put things to the American people.
And what did Trump say to you? He said that Mike Johnson's the most likable person?
He said, look, I'm in the middle of a golf game. That was the first time I talked to him. And then he said,
because that's what the next 4 years are going to be. Donald Trump on the golf course pretending to give a shit about this country as the wealth gap widens, right? Nothing to worry about. Just keep golfing.
Mr. President, I hate to. He said, well, you did vote for Nikki Haley. I said, yes, sir, I did. We're with you now. And I said, we will be with Mike Johnson.
You did vote for Mike Haley. I said, yes, sir. Or Nikki Haley. I said, yes, sir, I did.
Trump went on to tell them that they should simply get the job done.
And that's what all Trump cared about. He's like, my election needs to be certified on the 6th. I don't care that you guys have principles. I don't. And I thought this was a great comment. Ron Filipkowski was responding to this clip, said Republicans have no spine. They just rolled over like the cowards they are. They talk a big game on Fox, Newsmax, and social media to put on a performance, acting like they have an independent voice of their own. But when it comes down to it, they always fold and surrender to Trump. If it's not true, prove us wrong. Surprise us. Do something different. Stand up to your orange leader. Unless they prove us wrong, that is the truth until you prove us differently. And these are these are some quotes from different people on Capitol Hill that they caught throughout the night. That's Dan Muser. Gross. He's gross. They're all gross.
They are somehow or another asking for attention, as well as
negotiating for themselves rather than for their constituents or their country.
Some people right now are putting their personal self in front of this country.
There will be many an opportunity over the course of the next several months as we prosecute our agenda to stumble, to shoot ourselves in the foot. We can't rely on help from the left, so we got to carry this on our own.
This is not show friends, it's show business. We're given a mandate by the American people.
If there's enough compromise that is damaging to the agenda, then there very well could be a motion to vacate.
Great. That meant nothing. Thank you, Lauren Boebert, for reminding us how you don't ever say anything. All of this is not show friends, it's show business. What are these people talking about? The only people that have principles in that party, they're encouraging them to be quiet. Anyways, and then Chip Roy was on Steve Bannon's show Friday later in the day. And basically, and this is the thing that's scary about Chip Roy, like the Republicans, the moderate Republic, most of the Republican Party, they're going to rob the country, right? They're going to give billionaires and corporations huge tax cuts. They're going to make us pay for it with tariffs and things like that. And Chip Roy is basically saying, like, cuts are the priority. We're going to cut Social Security. You know, that's what he's talking about. Chip Roy doesn't believe they can add any more debt without more cuts. So Chip Roy is basically saying, you know, like, Chip Roy as a Republican wants to balance the budget, but he's fine. Oh, we're going to give more money to the rich, then just make sure you steal it from the poor.
By noon, when you start talking reconciliations, you get Jason Smith and those guys up there doing the 3-card money because they want to hide what's really in the tax part. Where are we going to be, sir?
So my preference was, and I've been public about this, was 2 bills to do exactly what you just said. I want border security. I want energy. Let's reverse all the Biden crap. Let's bank some wins. Let's bank some savings, and then use that to leverage and set up whatever we need to do on the overall mandatory spending cuts. That is, reforming Medicaid and cutting SNAP and all that in exchange for what we're doing with respect to the tax relief.
Oh my
and
God.
Put that in a package. But now it looks like there might be a single bill approach. My standards are still going to be the same. There must be deficit neutrality. The border must get done, and it shouldn't take till May, June, July, right? Which is what they're risking doing by putting it in one package.
Yeah.
Chip Roy has no soul.
Why don't we look at the healthcare packages that we give Congress? We could start there, can't we?
Yeah, I agree. Let's and their salaries as well. Let's take every bit of money that these people get for sitting here and accepting money from lobbyists. You guys don't need money, taxpayer money. You're being paid by lobbyists. We should take every dollar from them first. I mean, that's what he is literally. I know he's saying it fast and it's a little bit confusing, but that's what he's saying. He's saying, like, hey, we got to fund the border, right? They wouldn't fund the border. You remember the border crisis? Now they want to throw our tax dollars at the border. We reduced encounters. The encounters at the border are now lower than they were when Donald Trump left office with no funding. They would not fund the border. Now they're going to use more of our tax dollars at the border. They're going to give more of our tax dollars to the military. And he's saying, yeah, like we're teeing it up so we can take it from Social Security and Medicare, Medicaid, SNAP. It's sick. I hate it here.
Told you so. So.
Yeah, it's hard to be right. I miss debating with you because it is. I cannot wait. It's just going to be so great to just debate as this comes, because this bill they're talking about, remember also, right? These are the Republicans that are like, we can't, it's got to be single bills. And now they're calling it when you hear them say the words reconciliation package, or Trump is just calling it one big, beautiful bill. This is it's the tax cuts, it's cutting Social Security, it's all of it rolled into one, and they want to pass it around but they want to pass it before Memorial Day, so probably April. And that's what they're talking about when you hear that. And I can't wait for Republicans. And I'm not talking about rich Republicans. I'm talking about OG MAGA who thought Donald Trump was a bigot who was going to get the brown people out, and somehow that was going to equal them getting, higher wages.
Rich. Yeah.
And better jobs, to slowly realize that they're being robbed. Or maybe some of them will never get it. That's also possible. They're not firing on all cylinders, right? Like, they're a few cards short of a fall deck. Trump and House Republicans' original plan, and this was to divide their policy agenda into two massive reconciliation packages. There was going to be at least two bills. There was going to be an initial one and then a second one that they shoved through. But they have reportedly decided to put all of it in one because they don't think the Republican deficit hawks will vote for the massive Trump tax cuts unless they are attached to what? A bunch of other stuff that they love, like increased funding to mass deport migrants. A vote on that huge reconciliation bill will likely not occur until May, June. They're saying April, May. They want it before Memorial Day, but we'll see. Because they're about to put so many egregious things into this bill, they can't do it twice. Does that make sense? Like, they're going to blackmail into everyone voting for this once. They've got one shot at it. Welcome to hell. And this is from Freedom. Remember, this is from the Freedom Caucus chair. So these are the people that should be opposed to this. Freedom Caucus chair Andy Harris told Fox that the reconciliation package will be, quote, a big, beautiful bill. When you hear them saying this is what Trump put on True Social. That's where they're getting it from. That will likely be voted on early summer. So much for Republicans saying they wanted single subject bills. That was what the Freedom Caucus stood for. That was their number one complaint when they held out for 15 rounds with Kevin McCarthy, was single bills coming to the floor. Now they're all about the omnibuses. They love them. Like, I can't deal with these people. They stand for nothing. They're all frauds. Keep tapping, you guys. Tap, tap, tap. We can make it to 500K. It will be my first time ever on the People's Receipts getting to 500K. And yes, It's just a little arthritis. You guys can do it. Just a little carpal tunnel. Just keep tapping. We'll ice
Get in
our
there,
fingers together. We'll ice. Ew, that looks so weird.
Sorry.
That does look super strange. So this thing will have most of their entire legislative agenda and budget in one big package for an up or down vote. Everything they complained about Pelosi doing procedurally, they continue to do, but now it's apparently okay. I'm so tired of the hypocrisy. Can somebody make these people... Oh, and this is the other thing. So Larry Kudlow, right? This is a very rich man who is an economist on Fox News who supports the interest of very rich billionaires. And every time he has someone on his show, all Larry Kudlow says is, hey, let's hurry up with those corporate, let's get those tax cuts through. Like, that's all rich people and corporations care about, are their precious tax cuts that are going to bankrupt our economy and further increase the wealth gap, wealth inequality in America. We know that every single time since 1980 that Republicans have introduced these tax packages, what has happened is that, in fact, the middle and lower classes have lost wealth. We've gained nothing.
But I want to put in my thing, just real quick, one big, beautiful bill. Let's put it all on the table. I need a blue-collar boom. I need tax cuts and border security and deregulation and some defense spending and some budget cutting and so forth. One big, beautiful bill. A friend of mine told me that. I can't say who, but I was going to try to lobby you for it.
All right. Well, duly noted. And what I can share with you, Larry, is that we are going as a conference to work on that very thing tomorrow at about 9:30 a.m. So we're going to be talking about it all day tomorrow to make sure that we get that done.
You see, I knew you were a star. I absolutely knew it. I understand.
You're too kind.
Lisa.
No, Lisa McLean, you're not a star. You're a fucking simp for billionaires, and you should be ashamed. Oh, can I just do a breaking news? Because I do love this. And I will say that this has I can't remember who it was, but I think it's someone that Trump actually appointed in the CDC, who years ago was writing about this, that like what was going to happen is Trump's going to have like 2 or 3 pandemics on his hands. The first bird flu death in the U.S. is reported
Louisiana.
In Louisiana, which it seems apropos. None of you guys want to wash your hands or wear masks or socially distance. So I do think it's probably only fair. First bird flu unaliving in the U.S. reported in Louisiana. The deceased was over 60. Oh, of course. The New York Times is reporting comorbidities in the headline. Good luck. That's why, if you're wondering why eggs are like $9, this is probably price fixing due to bird flu complaints. Because whether or not they need to be that high or they have an excuse now because of bird flu to price fix, we're all going to be paying like $9 for eggs for the foreseeable future. Just saying. Oh, yeah. And here's Trump. This is Trump. So Trump actually posted on, not on True Social, he posted on X or Twitter about this. Members of Congress are getting to work on one powerful bill that will bring our country back and make it greater than ever before. You guys, if we just give rich people more money, it's going to trickle down.
I'm so excited.
Aren't you excited, Pickles? Because we know we have the math that it's going to trickle down, right? Just because it's never, ever worked. And the only thing that's happened is the wealth gap has increased and we've hastened late stage capitalism. Doesn't mean that this time when we do it, it's not going to work, right?
No. No.
Yeah, it'll be fine. We must secure our border. We must give billions of dollars to deport brown people that are keeping our economy afloat. Unleash them. We got to drill, baby, drill. Even though I can listen to earnings calls and oil and gas executives are saying the opposite, and renew the Trump tax cuts.
I mean, I wonder how many of these constituents that voted for Trump, like, were sitting around one day being like, dude, the economy sucks. You know what we need is tax breaks for the rich. No one asked for this. No one asked for this. This is Trump's idea, and he's sold it to them. Or, I mean, not just Trump's idea, but yeah.
You know what's sad is, like, it's because he finally is getting the respect he deserves. Like, or not he deserves. I mean, hold on. I did not mean that. Not that he deserves, but do you know what I'm saying? It's like he's finally, like, Tim Cook is showing up at Mar-a-Lago. Like, he thinks this is all for his new rich friends, which would never give him the time of day before and saw him as like an illegitimate usurper. And now he gets attention. So he's just like, I'll show you guys what I can do for us. Like this.
They're telling me to tell you to reset your live gift goal, by the way.
I thought it. Oh, yeah. Let me just pin it. I did. I saw that in the comments. Thank you. I need to get better. Some days are better than other days. Yeehaw! Howdy. Tap the screen. We're almost to 400. Oh my gosh, we're almost to 500K. This is the best. This is about to be the best day of my life. I can feel it. Now, if only I can get back up to 500 subscriptions, it will literally be the best day of my life. And listen to this, but we will make it even better. And then he starts mentioning ridiculous, no tax on tips. Like, what? Like, that's even going to happen. It will all be made up with tariffs. So I just want you to make sure you understand that that's like basically an oxymoron and an insult to all of our intelligence. Hey, I'm not going to tax extremely poor people on the tips they make, but then I'm going to tax them when they have to buy anything.
So you can have all your money, just don't spend it.
You can have all your money. You just can't use it to buy food, because then I'm going to take it back immediately from you. Like, what? We are in hell. Yes,
Don't spend it. We're going to slow down trade. The economy is just going to slow to a halt. That's what my guess is.
It's all made up of tariffs and much more from countries that have taken advantage of the U.S. for years. No, it's you taking states' rights, brother. Sorry, someone in the comments requested I do that. That's why I did that. I'm not out of my mind. Well, yes, I am. But, no more than usual. Think about that. Him saying it will be made up with tariffs. Yeah, tariffs on us. Tariffs on us, not these other countries. Yeehaw, not these other countries. Thank you so much for the subs. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it will be made up by us, poor people. Again, middle class and poor people. I mean, we're all the same. We should just call us poor people. There's no more middle class. That's the point of late stage capitalism. Republicans must unite and quickly deliver these historic victories for the American people. Quick, rob us quickly. Rob us quickly. Get tough, get smart, tough, and send the bill to my desk to sign as soon as possible. God. The insults to our intelligence are never ending. And Rod Filipkowski said, breaking, Republicans who demanded single subject bills for legislation will no longer mention wanting single subject bills. It's so true. The only thing we've heard you guys complain about, all of a sudden they're like, big, beautiful bills. That's what we love. Big, beautiful bills.
Paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
Thank you so much for the subscriptions. I didn't catch who bought the subscriptions, but thank you so much. What is this? Oh, yeah. And then the debate over the rules package started, which, if you don't know, our ranking member on the rules committee is the gentleman from Massachusetts, Jim McGovern. So he's basically fighting on the floor about the rules package that was being passed, which was just a bunch of bullshit. And the only thing it did, other than a bunch of bigotry, was like make it harder for Mike Johnson for a vote of no confidence to be called against him. And Jim McGovern was just saying a bunch of sarcastic, funny things on the House floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Happy New Year. And I want to thank the gentlelady from Minnesota, Ms. Fishbach, for yielding me the customary 30 minutes. And I yield myself such time as I may consume.
Gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I first want to take issue with the word choice of the gentlelady from Minnesota, who kept on talking about a mandate, Republican mandate. Where's the mandate? Is it in the room with us? Maybe it's hiding under the table. But the last time I checked, Republicans actually lost seats in the House of Representatives. Republicans now have the slimmest majority in nearly 100 years. So, one would think, given the closeness of the election, that we would hear more about the importance of working together and bipartisanship. But you'd be wrong. And that's reflected.
But you'd be wrong. But you'd be wrong. I cannot. Jim McGovern is the gift that keeps on giving. And I will say, it's Massachusetts. You guys do produce some dark sarcasm. And I think that is the greatest export from the people of Massachusetts is dark sarcasm. It is the gift that keeps on giving. I absolutely love it. And it's true, like 40, they're saying a mandate is how Trump was elected, which, yeah, you didn't even get 50% of the popular vote. And he's saying, I keep having to hear in the rules committee that you guys have a mandate when you lost seats in the House. This is like the slimmest majority in modern history. And I have to hear about a mandate.
It extends the subpoena enforcement authority for the Judiciary's committee investigation into Attorney General Garland's production of documents related to Hunter Biden
This is the woman that's tried to debate on the floor. Her name's like Fishbach from Minnesota. And I don't know why they gave her this job. Like, probably because it was not going to go well. I wouldn't want to be going up against Jim McGovern on the House floor. But yeah, that's one of the rules in the rules package is, hey, we're going to keep subpoenaing people. We are still, in regard to Hunter Biden and Merrick Garland. Like, this is what is in this rules package.
To ensure no one, including President Biden or his son, is above congressional accountability.
Oh, God.
So, yeah, in case anyone thought that's going to end. Yeah, exactly. Or Scott Perry, who's still, Jim Jordan has an outstanding subpoena. It's almost got to be like 600, 700 days now.
And speaking of back rooms, the only reason Speaker Johnson got enough votes is because two members emerged from a back room after huddling with the Speaker and changed their votes to support him. God only knows what they were promised in order to cave to change their views.
Oof. So true.
I love Jim McGovern.
Look at how much time we wasted last Congress while we were waiting around for Republicans to fight with each other instead of fighting for the American people. They spent weeks wasting taxpayer time and money because they couldn't elect a speaker, not once, but twice. Weeks wasted where Congress didn't do a damn thing. And now they have the nerve to lecture people about government efficiency? Come on, get real. How many times last Congress did they just send everyone home because they couldn't even pass their own bills? How many times did they miss their own deadlines? And when anything did get done, it was Democrats who stepped up to get it done. Hands down, Republicans ran the most ineffective, incompetent, and chaotic Congress in history.
That's that's actually a true thing. The 118th Congress was like the least successful Congress in modern history. They did nothing.
At one point, they had 31 bills, and the average was like 130. It's so unproductive. Yeah.
It's this shift, which it's like, I want to say that will be unique to them, but it seems to be, well, no, now that they have a Republican in the presidency, I think that won't be the case, right? Like, it'll probably be the opposite. But what it seems like, if there's a Democratic president in the White House, the goal is to grind the government to a halt, right? Whereas, as they say all the time in Congress, the real point is compromise. I don't want people in Congress anymore who won't work together to get things done.
And what was the change they made earlier today? What was the big emergency? Changing words like child to son and daughter in our ethics rules.
That's because they are anti-trans, or they can't stand non-binary language. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's what they were doing, is making sure they changed language. So like any child has to either be a son or a daughter, nothing in between. This is what they're up to. When I said bigotry, that's what they're doing.
I mean, they're obsessed with this stuff. It's not just weird, it's discrimination.
It is. If we can get the Supreme Court to recognize their own precedent, then yeah, it would be discrimination. I don't know if that's going to happen. Do you guys remember this on Friday? This was Trump on Friday screaming about the flags are going to be at half-mast, which is that's not even a word. It's actually half-staff.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't know that.
Did you see this? He's pissed. He thinks that we've done this to him. That's why the flags are going to be at half-staff, and we're all laughing at him. He thinks, I think, that Jimmy Carter planned to unalive.
What?
Well, that's why.
How selfish of him.
Yeah, when a former president dies, then the flags have to be at half-staff, not half-mast. That's not a thing. And he is convinced that this was all, I don't know, a plan, or we're all laughing at him. I'm laughing that he said half-mast. Nobody wants to see this, and no American can be happy about it. Can we not care? Like, what are you talking about? It's so embarrassing. You were embarrassing. Then this was actually even more embarrassing. This was later in the day, right? After we were already off the live, he appointed this guy to a position and then like, you know how he writes these congratulations posts? It was like a threat. Like, here, I'm going to actually, sorry, this is a screenshot from a computer, so I'm going to try to make it so you can read it. I'm pleased to announce Morgan Ortagus as Deputy Special Presidential Envoy for the Middle East Peace to the Honorable Stephen Witkoff. Early on, Morgan fought me for 3 years, but hopefully has learned her lesson. These things usually don't work out, but she has strong Republican support, and I'm not doing this for me. I'm doing it for them. Let's see what happens. She will hopefully be an asset to Steve, who's a billionaire who, is in crypto. A great leader and talent as we seek to bring calm and prosperity to a very troubled region. I expect to see great results soon. Like, this is a person who he gave a job, but was like, hey, you're POS, and I'm not doing this because I like you. Like, so weird. Oh, this is the stuff about Rudy Giuliani being found in contempt. This was the Friday court. I think he had another court hearing today, which is what was being reported on. But this is his Friday morning court appearance. So Inner City Press reported from the courtroom that Rudy Giuliani was held in contempt of court after he testified in front of a New York judge. He was found to have violated the court's order by refusing to turn over his grandfather's watch and his signed New York Yankees Joe DiMaggio jersey to the attorneys for Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss. I know. Look at his face. I love this picture. The hearing was then continued to next week for proceedings on the remaining parts, which was like the apartment and stuff of the contempt motion dealing with his refusal to participate in discovery. So no punishment has been handed down yet, if there's going to be any. So was there a punishment today, or did it just say like?
I think they're giving the apartment.
Oh, so he has to, like, the judge, he doesn't, unless he has the cash. Yeah. I was just wondering, because like I'm just saying, when you if you get found in contempt, you can be fined, you can be put in jail even.
It's never that long. It's like, I don't know if there's a dollar amount for a day though. That would be a long time if there was.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, and he can't. Whatever. He's claiming he has no money anyways. And just to remind you guys on Friday, which Trump has been freaking out about all weekend in the weirdest posts I've ever seen on True Social, Judge Merchan basically did the nicest thing he could do and the fairest thing, which was basically say, hey, you're still a convicted felon, but there's not going to be any sentence. You have to be technically sentenced on January 10th, but there will be no jail time or actual punishment as it relates to the Stormy Daniels trial. That came out on Friday. Stephen Chung, who's in charge of all White House communications, he's the Asian gentleman so he's not going to be like a press secretary. He heads up all of communications. He still isn't happy with that. Quote, this lawless case should never have been brought, and the Constitution demands that it be immediately dismissed. There should be no sentencing, and President Trump will continue fighting against these hoaxes until they are all dead. You're going to unalive a hoax? Can somebody?
Yeah. I'd like to know what part of the Constitution he's talking about, too.
Yeah,
I'm sure he doesn't even know.
Wait till you see this. This is how, before I make it bigger so you guys can see better, I just want to say, this is how misinformation and disinformation spreads on the internet. And Jack Posobiec knows that this is a lie. And he got so much engagement from a complete lie before being community noted. So again, he posts, this is right when this Merchan order comes out on Friday. Jack Posobiec posts, breaking, President-elect Trump ordered to NYC court on January 10th to be sentenced, faces up to 4 years in prison by Judge Merchan. No, he was never facing jail time. This is a complete lie that this guy got an unbelievable amount of clicks off of before he was, in fact, community noted. I can't like. But I'm just saying, this is why we can't. It's hard to blame MAGA for having no idea what's going on when I watch them just be blatantly lied to. Yeehaw! Thank you for the hat. I love a hat. But I don't know. Like, should MAGA know what's going on? Like the ones that I give the benefit of the doubt to, like the good faith people that come and debate us, they say like, how do you guys get your information? I remember a guy literally saying to us, I think my Facebook looks different than your guys' Facebook. And it's like, God. Yes, I do. I think that you're right. He's trying to say like, he's getting it. Like, I don't think the information I'm getting, like, people are telling me it's not real. It's like, yeah, you're on the Dan Bongino Facebook special. Oh my God. You guys are going to love this. Do you remember how we spent all Friday looking at screenshots of Matt Gates's face and pondering what he possibly could have done to it and why he had all these fillers?
Are you about to show George?
Yeah, I'm going to show. So you guys, and I will say this, I actually like Matt Gaetz for this. Matt Gaetz,
this was fun banter.
It was good. It was good of him. Like he was torn apart because he keeps doing this to his face. But he was acting like it was just makeup, which I think that's Matt Gaetz is smart. Matt Gaetz, stop acting like that was just a makeup fail. That was a filler nightmare. Your face was frozen in place in the Wayne Newton special, but in fairness, Matt Gaetz had George Santos on his show and was like, "Hey, everyone's saying I look like shit. Like, what can I do to stop looking like shit?" And actually, oh wait, I'll come back to this. Remind me to come back to this and talk to you guys give you the update on Santos's fraud case. Wait, I know I had. No, I have
the clip.
Hold on. No, don't you worry.
Funny.
I have the clip. I've been watching the clip all weekend, like to myself. It's keeping me going. Let me find it really quick. I can't remember who sent it to me first, but
it's
man,
like you need Estee Lauder
double coverage. Yeah, that's actually, but that's expensive. Yeah, he's talking. I love that he knew exactly. He's like, I got you. I know exactly what you need. Hold on, let me find this. I know I have it recorded. Oh, here it is. Oh, it might not be cropped. Disappointing by me, but we'll just have to deal. We'll have to suffer. I can probably make it bigger.
The very first Amazon search link is Estee Lauder Double Wear Foundation.
I know. Can you imagine? They probably all made a lot of money. And again, I just want to point out, Matt Gaetz is smart to distract and make this a makeup problem because Matt Gaetz, this isn't a makeup problem. You are addicted to fillers. And every time before you have a big premiere or a speech, you get an amount of fillers that no sane person on this earth should ever get. Like, get it. What George Santos should have said is, hey, if you have a big event coming up, then get the fillers a week before. Do you know what I'm like? So your face is moving a little bit.
Yeah.
That's what he should have been like, let's not pretend this is about makeup because it's not. Like, this is also a filler addiction.
Going on with my makeup? Help me. Give me advice.
Matt Gaetz, let me tell you something. Highlighter is not for you. Stop highlighting the center of your face. It makes your eye very small, and it gives you the glow. Not the glow you think it gives you, but
I have deep-set eyes, George. How do I fix the deep-set eyes?
Look at the flawlessness in my skin. No highlighter needed. You're a Florida man. I'm in Florida right now. When you're tanned and you're a Florida man, you don't need that level of highlighter. Here's my honest advice for you, Gaetz. Here's what you need to do, Matt. You need to go buy yourself Double Wear Foundation from Estee Lauder.
Elon Musk.
I do. I think that was great advice.
He's grown on me as much as a piece of shit he is. George Santos has grown on me. Yeah.
No, I totally agree. Actually, I think he's clearly had a lot of trauma, and I know he has grown on me like a fungus. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't want to like him, but I agree. I know exactly what you mean because I think I appreciate his Well, first of all, I'm trying to think of what it is actually in real time.
His unseriousness, I don't know.
Yeah, unseriousness, but like also just like I appreciate outliers trying to survive in like white supremacy / patriarchy. Do you know what I'm saying? Like he's a gay guy, like eking out an existence on the right. So like I do think in a weird way, I'll always like respect that. It's the same reason like Mother Dragons, and I'd never say her name, but like you will never catch me like tearing her down on the internet, because I think surviving on the right as a black woman is already impossible. Like she's fighting people on her own side and other people. Like she doesn't need my help, being torn down. So yeah, like I think it's something similar. And he's funny, like, and honest. Do you know what I mean? I think he's like refreshingly
sometimes.
honest. No, well. Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what we're going to talk about, his fraud case. That's what I want to show you guys right now real quick, because I want to give you an update on the court case of George Santos. So Santos's criminal fraud case that he pled guilty to is set for sentencing next month. This is crazy. But he has filed another motion trying to delay his case while he continues to lobby people close to Trump for a pardon. So he's aiming for a Trump pardon. This time, the excuse he is using is that he's making so much money on Cameo. If you don't know what Cameo is by any chance, if you've been living under a rock, it is an app where you can pay like celebrities to give like birthday messages or like short videos, and he's making like thousands and thousands of dollars a month on Cameo. And so he's basically saying he's making so much money from his podcast and Cameo that he claims if the courts lets him stay out of prison for at least another 6 months, he will be able to raise enough money to pay all the restitution in full. Yeehaw to all the victims. I actually,
you know what? It could be. Like, he could. I don't know. He's like, I think he's a pathological liar.
Maybe
but he could be making good money.
He is. No, it's not disputed. He is making a lot of money on Cameo in his podcast. I did a little piece on his podcast. He's making very good money on the internet. It's too bad that like he had to steal a bunch of Republicans' credit cards beforehand and take money from them. But like my thing is, it's so hard for me. Like I see this is like George Santos is the consequence of the Trump rot. Like this is my line of logic. This is okay. If this is what I'm trying to say here is I don't believe this. I know that George Santos has committed crimes, but if I had to make a case for George Santos staying out of prison, it would be something like this. George Santos is second and third generation Trump rot, and like George Santos watched Donald Trump, idolized him, and said, oh, by committing crimes, I can get richer and richer, and I could even be the president of the United States. Like, do you know what I'm saying? Like, that is essentially the case. Like, if we cannot put the Trump rot at the top, which is Donald Trump himself in jail, if we cannot hold him accountable for his own crimes, and then, like, it's the same thing. It's the same way I feel about the J6ers. We're willing to punish these people who just have been influenced by Donald Trump and his crimes, or idolize Donald Trump and his crimes. And these are the people we're punishing and saying, oh, this is justice. To me, if we're not going to punish the number one con artist in this country, in my opinion, don't sue me for defamation. I'm just saying that's my opinion. Like everything else to me is just low hanging fruit. Do you know what I mean? Like why we need to put the originator of this rot that is rotting our country from the inside out, who is Donald Trump himself, he needs to be held accountable. That would be the ultimate deterrent for everyone else to stop this bullshit. But all people are seeing is, like the more you lie, the more you cheat, the more you grift, the more you steal. Like, look, like I'm watching it be successful. Why wouldn't I give it a try?
Yeah, they've got all the tools. Like if you get caught doing something illegal, say you're being politically persecuted, attack first back. Yeah.
Exactly.
That's the game they're all playing
wrote
now.
the playbook. And so then we're mad that other people like picked up the playbook and are using it. It seems, do you know what I mean? And in the case of J6, it's even worse because it's like, hey, this guy told me to do this. Like, and if you know a lot about the J6 court case, like, and what was actually going on, like the different Telegram chat rooms, like the Friends of Stone chat, like those people were doing what they were told to do by some very powerful people, and now they're in jail. Like, I mean, I get what they're thinking. They're like, hey, I thought I was doing what I was supposed to do for this country, and now I'm in prison. So I'm just saying, like, to me, I very much am sympathetic to the logic of like, if we're not going to get the people at the top, think about this. Let me give you another analogy and try it a different way. You know who should be in jail for the opioid epidemic? The Sackler family. The people, the billionaires that own Purdue Pharma that are responsible for the opioid crisis. They are living footloose and fancy free while we go track down the guy that gave Matthew Perry his last, stash and crucify him. Like, it's a joke. This is a joke. Rich people are not, if we're not going to hold the real people who are accountable, who got blindly wealthy off of all of a bunch of people being unalive, then no, we should not go track down the guy who sold Matthew Perry like his last hit. It's ridiculous. That is what a two-tier justice system is. That's what I'm saying. We're putting George Santos in jail, a guy who like came from South America and is like trying to find his way in the world and is obviously very confused. When meanwhile we got Donald Trump's going to be president and is going to have riches untold. That's two-tier justice in my mind. Sorry, but I digress. And I just want to point this out too. The victims of all the Republican political donors, a lot of them were told to donate to George Santos. No one ever mentions Elise Stefanik. She is the one that set all those donors up, who vouched for him while stories were actively being told that he was a fraud. And she continued to tell Republican donors to give him money and vouch for him. So just saying, like, it's very complicated. These are the psycho things Trump's been posting. So again, this goes back to the two-tier justice system. Trump's furious that he is still going to be a felon when he goes into his presidency. I'm not going to read all this stuff. It's insane. There has never been a president who was so evilly and illegally treated as I. I can't.
He's so good with words.
Yeah, he's so many words that don't go together. Corrupt, Democrat, that's democratic. It's an adjective there. Judges and prosecutors have gone against a political opponent of a president, me. Levels of injustice never seen before. Corrupt judges so blinded by their hatred of me and my political ideology to make America great again are making a mockery of the United States judicial system. This is because Judge Merchan didn't throw his case out. And it goes on and on. It's delusional. Trump continued to fume all weekend about Judge Merchan's decision to sentence him for his criminal conviction next week. I would say nobody has benefited more from the two-tier justice system than Donald Trump himself. Nobody has been treated better. Nobody has gotten away with more ever in the history of America than Donald Trump, and still he whines and whines and whines. This is the second part, and actually this is really insane. Listen to this. He's taken a new strategy, which is delusional. He says in this that Alvin Bragg never wanted to bring this lawless case against me. That's not true.
That's not true. He said we will follow the facts. That was the first thing he said.
Exactly. And he was in Letitia James' office, like when she started prosecuting it for other things. Like that's what he always said, which is like he was furious at the way it was handled and especially angry at Mark Pomerantz. He was angry at Mark Pomerantz not for speaking out of turn. It like Donald Trump just pollutes things and gets everything out of order and wrong. Ultimately, the Biden-Harris DOJ forced Bragg to concoct anything to embarrass Trump. No, actually, Alvin Bragg said he had never spoken to anyone in the DOJ. And it
Why is he talking about himself? He's talking about himself in the third person.
Oh, what do you mean? What? Like it just started? This is like...
I don't know.
I know. So we should be concerned. This man's running our country and is just rambling and making up things that make no sense. Like, I don't... This is America. We are in hell. There is zero case against me. Then why were you convicted by a jury of your peers would be, and then it was upheld. Like, I don't know what to tell you. It seems very confusing.
No one's been able to pinpoint like what part of the case was so fraudulent. I've never heard anything that like any holes
I
in
read
this
every
case.
court document, and I can say 100% for sure that it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Like, I read every court document. Like, it's very simple. That's the thing is, oh my God. And I don't want to ruin your guys' day, but I'm about to. You know how Jeff Bezos is now a simp for this is, I'm going somewhere with this. He's a simp showing up at Mar-a-Lago. So is Tim Cook. So is Mark Zuckerberg. They've all donated like $1 million to Trump's inauguration. So it can be the most fantastical inauguration of all time. Well, Melania, now Amazon's making a movie about Melania's book. And it gets weirder. It gets super weird. Like, Amazon is making a movie about Melania's life. I wonder what the title will be. Amazon spokesperson. We are excited to share this truly unique story with our millions of customers around the world. No one, I mean, well, this is what's weird. That it gets more weird. Amazon, so they're making a movie. It's going to be it's about her book. I was going to say stupid book. That's my opinion. It's about the book she wrote. Okay, so this is the gross, weird part, though. Remember Brett Ratner, who was Me Too'd? Filming on the Melania biopic began last month and will be directed by Brett Ratner. It is based on her autobiography, Melania, which was released this year. Ratner has been out of work for the last 10 years since Warner Brothers cut all ties with him after he was accused of by multiple women of sexual misconduct, including actors Natasha Henstridge and Olivia Munn. Why am I not surprised we're bringing back... You know, this is the Trump special. This is fascism. Discrediting and devaluing women who say they were assaulted by a man. Let's bring him in. We should let him run the army. Why not? That's where we're at. And this is what I wanted to bring up because I think this is... Mark Cuban posted this very long post, which I'm not going to read it all or try to screenshot it. It would have to be in like 5 screenshots. But the point is this is what he's calling out. He was saying, why are Bezos, Zuckerberg, Musk, Pichai, and Tim Cook visiting and giving money to Trump? Because they're in a race to become the dominant platform in the world, right? I talked about techno-feudalism. It's like to be the biggest marketplace, the door to all marketplaces where you charge anybody who wants to sell something on the internet, right? That's what's going on. It's the penultimate global power war between the tech bros. And then he said, they don't care about Trump, but they can't let him put his thumb on the scale and push them back or push one of the others forward. Giving millions and kissing the ring when trillions are at stake is nothing. It's like Elon Musk. Elon Musk is now worth $500 billion. That's $500 billion. He invested a pittance, $277 million in the United States election. He has now, his wealth has skyrocketed by He's worth
250%.
Yeah, 250% since the election. So that's the point Mark Cuban is making, is giving millions and kissing the ring when trillions are at stake is nothing. The ring kissers truly don't know where AI will take their business or the world. They just know they can't let Trump write an executive order or make a move that changes the balance of AI power. And that's what they're doing. And I think that was so beautifully put. Like, if you're watching them all tap dance for Trump and hang out at Mar-a-Lago and you're like, what the F are the tech bros doing? This is what they're doing. And this is the best part. He summed up his long post with this: many will hate me for this. Again, this is Mark Cuban posting on X. Many will hate me for this, but Biden bears a lot of the responsibility for this mess. He refused to engage with the biggest tech players. He ignored them. With so much at stake, that was one of the all-time blunders. It pushed them all into the arms of Trump. Neither Biden nor Trump understands tech at all. Amen. They can barely turn on a goddamn cell phone. But one of them is transactional and the other was obstinate. I'm sorry. I think that was well said.
Yeah.
As someone who used to work in tech, like, if you ignore this type of money, they're going to go where they are heard, right? And Trump is transactional, and Trump, like, money talks. And I thought this was such a great analysis of how we have ended up with these tech bros tap dancing on the patio at Mar-a-Lago, offering millions just to be like seen. It's very messed up. Oh, and I don't know if we need to go over this. I don't really want to. I think I'm just going to let this one guy I'm going to give you a basic idea. This just goes back to more tech bro power, but I'm not going to, if you want to look into it, I'm going to show you some resources so you can. But just like Elon Musk invested $277 million into the United States election, he is doing the same thing currently right now in the UK. He's trying, their democracy works a little different. It's exactly what you saw happen with Justin Trudeau today, where he's resigning and calling for new elections. There's a period of time within which you have to call for an election. And I don't know if Pickle's meant to leave or if he told me he had to leave and I haven't checked. Oh, there you are. You're still here. I thought you were gone for a second. But what's going on is Elon Musk has, last I read, I think he's invested $124 million into the UK elections. He's trying to force them to call elections. He's making up a bunch of lies about Keir Starmer and other people. You may have heard the term grooming gangs. It's a long story. I'm going to let a man explain this from the UK because I don't want to get into
Elon Musk has waded into the grooming gang story that has been covered quite widely in this country since 2011. But of course, the myth that it hasn't has taken hold. So Elon Musk has waded into that. He's launched libelous attacks on Jess Phillips, the safeguarding minister, and on Keir Starmer, the prime minister, which I think come from essentially subscribing to the sort of accounts that were banned for disinformation and racism before he bought Twitter. I think he's just another Twitter account that desperately wants to believe posts about all foreigners being criminals. Don't know whether white supremacist or whether he's still got the vestiges of the South African apartheid. Perhaps the answer is quite simple. He just believes it all. The worst excesses of the sewer that he has created. When we first started talking about the grooming gangs on this program in 2011, there was a desperation among some callers to use the crimes of some disgusting and despicable people to malign an entire population, to malign.
Yeah, basically these grooming gangs are like brown people, right? From the Middle East.
Yeah.
Like that's what I'll say. And East Asian, like Pakistani, like things like East Asian. No, from the Middle East. They're primarily Middle Eastern and Pakistan, like East Asian.
I read about this last night. Yeah, they were just too, they didn't want to come off as racist. So they were hesitant to identify them as such.
Well, I mean, millions and millions of dollars have been spent on commissions, both with they don't call it the federal government. I don't know what to say, but with the government and then local government, right? Like, and basically Elon Musk is just dredging up something that has been going on and has been handled and like investigated since 2014. That's what this guy is saying. Like, and basically spreading misinformation to get a right wing nutcase like out of jail, who's in jail for another reason. His name's Tommy Robinson. He's in jail for contempt of court. One has nothing to do with the other.
Everybody brown, to malign everybody Muslim, everybody of Pakistan.
Yeah, that's what I should have. Sorry, that's what I was looking for. Muslim. Yeah, they're not Zimbabwean. Okay. This has nothing to do with Africa. Yeah, this has to do. I just want to be really clear. This has to do with Muslims, right?
We were talking about something yesterday. That's why.
This has to do with Muslims and the maligning of brown people coming from the Middle East and East Asia, and implying that they are all assaulting young girls, right? That's what this is. And so it's just a narrative used by the far right party to like spread misinformation and disinformation about Muslims. So again, it's like if we said, hey, the majority of people that are committing S crimes in America are white males. It's all white males, right? Or, like it's the same. I think he brings up the Church of England and he's like, do we think every pastor is doing this to children? Or, like,
heritage. Recent scandals in the Church of England rendered every Christian in the country complicit in paedophilia, as if recent scandals in the Catholic...
Yeah, that's the analogy, is like, if because there was, like same thing which was going on with priests in America, does that make everybody who is a Catholic 3PDO? No, of course not. That's the same thing. And Elon Musk, this has been going on for a decade. And then Elon Musk revived this and has been spreading uncontrollable misinformation and disinformation about it. Like, and that's what this guy's talking about, is like, this is like defamation and libel.
Church rendered every Catholic somehow complicit. There's a hunger to use the crimes of a small number of people to malign entire demographic. Two-dimensional race hate. But his attacks on Keir Starmer are extraordinary, potentially quite dangerous. 2 members of parliament in this country have been assassinated in recent years, and some of the rhetoric that Elon Musk has shared about Jess Phillips could have a terrible effect. Absolutely hideous. Similarly with Keir Starmer, to accuse Keir Starmer of a sort of complicity in rape.
Keir Starmer is the current Labour Party leader and the Prime Minister. Keir Starmer is actually a moderate. Like, Labour is when you hear the word Labour Party, that means Socialist Party. They are currently in control, but they only are because they elected a moderate he's a lawyer. He's a solicitor, as they call them in the UK. He's a lawyer who actually built his career on prosecuting people that harm children and things like that. So that's what this guy is pointing out. He's saying to say that Keir Starmer somehow covered this up, when in fact it's the exact opposite, is insane.
The man as DPP literally pressed the button on the prosecution of so-called grooming gangs. It offends my patriotic sensibilities as well. Nobody should be listening to Elon Musk's opinions on British politics, and his close to libelous maligning of our Prime Minister and the Labour politician who has done more in the arena of women's safety than arguably anybody else alive is despicable and disgusting. Who's cheering him on? And then you come back to this extraordinary subculture of sewage that he has allowed to flourish on his own social media platform. The man is incredibly powerful, a key consigliere to the incoming president of the United States. Elon Musk is essentially painting potentially hideous targets on the back of British politicians like Jess Phillips and Keir Starmer, forged from ignorance and misinformation. I don't think he knows that we spent tens of millions of pounds on an inquiry into child sexual abuse up and down the country. It's almost as if the truth doesn't matter because the intoxicating unpleasantness that Twitter is now is so powerful.
That's well said. And I did, sorry, I need to. Tony said, you seriously helped my mental health. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tony, for the $25. Yes, I'm going to keep us all sane by reporting on the truth. And Lisa said, wait, oh, there's a personalized now. Wait, sorry, I need to go on Cash App to see that. I'm actually just in my email. Hold on, I need to pull up Cash App really quick. But yeah, so that's what's going on. And I think this guy was, I was watching this happen, and from a fellow historian, I love what you do. I know, I was like, Miller, I did know it was you. And I'm addicted to the people's receipts. Thank you so much. I'm addicted to telling the truth. And I think this is important that we do this. If you want to read more about what this guy's talking about, this is a really good Wired article that came out on it. That you can reference. I found it helpful before I found this clip, when I was just like, I know Elon Musk is making up a bunch of lies, but I don't understand. I'm not steeped in UK politics. This is and there's many other articles on it. But this is what I want to point out, because Elon Musk, he's out of control, and he doesn't understand what he's doing. He's trying to force an election in the UK and to get rid of Keir Starmer, the Labour Party's prime minister. But the way he was trying to do that, if you guys don't know, Nigel Farage, the far-right party that Elon Musk was allegedly backing, is led by a man named Nigel Farage, who has backed Trump to the tune of millions upon millions upon millions. I mean, some people estimate it's up to $100 million. This man backs Trump heavily. His name's Nigel Farage. He used to call Elon Musk a hero, and then Elon Musk basically threw him under the bus. Elon Musk, I thought, was doing this to get to force elections and possibly get Nigel Farage to be the new prime minister. But Nigel Farage is too sane for Elon Musk. Nigel Farage made the mistake of pointing out that nothing Elon Musk is saying is true, nor does the far right want to be represented by a creep like Tommy Robinson. And because he said that, then Elon Musk throws Nigel Farage under the bus. Musk threw Farage under the bus and called for him to resign today. The Reform Party needs a new leader. Farage doesn't have what it takes. Farage drew Musk's ire. Right. The whole point was to get Farage elected, but unfortunately, he's too sensible. He felt that Musk using anti-immigration activist and prison inmate Tommy Robinson as his vehicle to rally support for toppling the government is misguided. Quote, I don't want Tommy Robinson to join the Reform Party, and he won't be. Musk sees Robinson as one of these people that fought against the grooming gangs. But of course, the truth is, Tommy Robinson is in prison for not for that, but for contempt of court, which is right. I don't think he appreciates, the UK doesn't appreciate blatant lies like people on X do. And because Farage made sense, he said, Farage said Musk is doing right-wingers in the UK more harm than good. We're a political party aiming to win the next general election. Tommy Robinson is not what we need. Musk chose one of the most disgusting racist extremists as a rallying symbol and lied about his case to launch a week-long attack against the UK government. What he is doing would be the equivalent of Trump trying to build a presidential campaign around the issue of Steve Bannon's prison sentence for contempt of court. Just dumb. But Musk knows more about everything than anyone. Just ask him. Yeah, he's really making a mess out of things in the UK. And here's the funniest part. When Farage was told that his good friend Musk just called for him to resign, he said, quote, well, this is a surprise. Elon is a remarkable individual, but on this, I am afraid I disagree. My view remains that Tommy Robinson is not right for reform, and I never sell out on my principles. Senator Mike Lee also chimed in. Like, Nigel Farage is deeply embedded with MAGA and the far right fringe of the Republican Party. And when you've lost Mike Lee, I respectfully disagree. Farage is a true hero, exactly who the UK Reform Party needs. Without Farage, there is no reform. I'm sure Musk can't be wrong, though. He knows everything. When you've lost Mike Lee, he's making a mess in our country. He's making a mess in other countries. And if you disagree with him, people just see, look, this is Musk. We're calling the Reform Party needs a new leader. Farage doesn't have what it takes. And then Farage goes, well, this is a surprise. Elon is a remarkable individual, but on this, I'm afraid I disagree. My view remains that Tommy Robinson is not right for reform, and I never sell out my principles. In fairness, you were right, Nigel. Foreigners were coming for your job because Nigel Farage is a far-right fringe person in the UK that wants brown and black people deported from the UK because they're taking jobs. And what Larry the Cat is making the funny joke and saying is, hey, a foreigner meeting Elon Musk is trying to take your job. It is funny. Oh, I love when things don't work out. And this is just to give you an example. This is a pretty famous, MAGA creator. It started out. Nigel Farage is England's last hope. Support this man. Nigel Farage should be in charge of the UK right now, to be honest. Then Elon Musk says, the Reform Party needs a new leader. Farage doesn't have what it takes. And then he tweets, spineless and self-serving Nigel Farage isn't the leader Britain needs. Like, these people are absolutely nuts. Will you tell me why Musk is in UK business? Yes, because it's his new business model. Like, I've talked about it, but any good CEO has a fiduciary responsibility to his shareholders or to his investors, right? And Elon Musk invested $277 million in the US election and now has increased his wealth by 250% as well. He's now worth 500 billion. He's worth $500 billion, and also increased his company's wealth, right? And now he's basically trying to recreate that in other countries. He's doing this in the UK. He's doing exactly what he did in America, in the UK, in Germany, and in Italy. He realized that there's money to be made, and that's what he's doing. He's backing far right fringe parties and trying to force elections and gain influence. And, this is a model for him, living off government contracts and welfare. If he gets these people elected, his companies stand to benefit in these countries. And now all the right-wingers are experts on UK politics and their criminal justice system. They are the media. It's true. It makes no sense. And then Cat Turd says, woke, far-left elitist lewds have destroyed the UK. It's gone. Sound familiar? Now MAGA is trying to do the same nonsense they do in America. Cat Turd is trying to interfere in UK election. Like, Cat Turd, just stay over there. Stay on UK X and leave the rest of us alone. Oh, man, I don't know how much I want to get into this. I don't know if it's worth it, but I think we all know at this point that the Tesla Cybertruck guy was MAGA. His family attested to it. They found a journal where he basically is disparaging the left and hoping there will be a resurgence of masculinity led by Trump and JD Vance and RFK Jr. I think that was literally part of what it says in his journal. I'm not joking. A resurgence of masculinity. He actually names RFK Jr. So I was going to play these clips, but I don't think I really need to. I just wanted to make a point here. So MAGA conspiracies about the man who unalived himself in the Cybertruck, right? We're fizzling. He had PTSD. I mean, that's what we know, right? We have a case. I played you guys a great clip on Friday, which was Joe Walsh, former congressman, making the point like, hey, whenever, let's say, a trans person commits a mass tragedy, then all of a sudden the new line is all trans people are, bad, and we need to watch out for them, and we need to get them out of our country, or we need to legislate them out of existence. And what we had recently was 2 veterans suffering from PTSD who committed mass tragedies. And should we then demonize all veterans? Should that be the line of logic? And like that's what we're seeing. And unfortunately, though, I think it's important, right? Law enforcement released his message to the public where he said, quote, this is from the guy in the Cybertruck. This was not a T attack. It was a wake-up call. Americans only pay attention to spectacles and violence. What better way to get my point across than a stunt with fireworks and explosives? Why did I personally do it now? I needed to cleanse my mind of the brothers I've lost and relieve myself of the burden of the lives I took. Meaning PTSD. He feels guilty about what happened when he was deployed in Afghanistan. So again, you would think that would be enough. Right? There was a press conference where they were showing excerpts of this journal. Nope. Charlie Kirk still isn't buying it, though. He is certain the New Orleans and Las Vegas attacks were coordinated T-ism. Quote, everyone is acting alone except for the fact the 2 suspects attacked on the same day, rented their cars from the same company, and served on the same military base. This is literally one of the largest military bases in America where everyone goes through for basic training. I showed you guys the research I did last week that showed they had people speaking on the condition of anonymity, military executives at that base, at Fort Bragg, saying their assignments were never overlapping here. They didn't know each other. And still, the right continues. This is the man that is rumored to be running for governor of Arizona, where I live.
Oh, no.
I know. I hope it's not. I really, truly pray to God that is not true. But I just wanted to say, I wanted to say, like, they also have been doing this, like, basically an infomercial for Tesla, for Elon Musk. And I thought these 2 articles, if you're interested in reading more about this, number one, the scariest things in these press conferences is basically Tesla has a scary amount of data that they're collecting on all of us, right? Tesla data helped police after the Las Vegas truck explosion, but experts have wider concerns about privacy. Elon Musk is harvesting scary amounts of data on all of us, and they have experts in this article discussing it, right? Some privacy experts were less enthusiastic. It reveals the kind of sweeping surveillance going on. When something bad happens, it's helpful, but it's a double-edged sword. Companies that collect this data can abuse it, right? And they talk about, this guy is citing a General Motors lawsuit that happened in August by a Texas attorney general for allegedly selling data from 1.8 million drivers to insurance companies without their consent. You ask, oh, who cares? I'm not committing a crime. Why do I care if people like Elon Musk are collecting all this data about where I'm driving, how fast I'm driving, how often I'm charging my vehicle? What difference would it make? Well, if that information is being sold to insurance companies who then raise your premiums. This is why tech bros don't want the tech industry regulated. They want to be able to package data about us and sell it to the highest bidder. This is why we need data privacy laws in America. This is why Mark Cuban is making those types of comments of, hey, maybe Biden shouldn't have ignored the tech bros for this long. Yeah, we are their product. That's exactly right, Jeffy. And the second thing I want to point out, and I pointed this out from the beginning, during these weirdo pressers where like the sheriff in Las Vegas was like, oh, Elon Musk, the Cybertruck held up under the blast. And basically there are articles, this is an example of one, but there are more, when engineers are like, that's not true. Like somehow Elon Musk got this sheriff to be like, look how well the Cybertruck held up under the blast. But like real scientists are like, no, that has to do with the point was never an explosion, right? It was just like the guy said, it was just a spectacle. It was fireworks. It was not meant to explode. If it had been meant to explode, something different entirely would have happened. Remember, here's the quote I showed you guys. Cybertruck actually contained the explosion and directed the blast upward, Tesla chief executive Elon Musk said in a social media post, right? But then a blast caused by fireworks and fuel might have had a similar effect had it been in a different vehicle, said electric vehicle experts Richard Meyer of Meyer Fire Investigations. They're basically saying, no, this has to do with this man not wanting to cause damage, not the fact that the Cybertruck can somehow withstand an explosion that other cars can't. Videos of the event indicate that a lot of heat was generated by an initial explosion followed by a subsequent fire in the bed of the truck that could have come from batteries overheating, noted Brower. You didn't really have an explosion as much as you had a bonfire, he said. I'm not at all convinced that the Cybertruck being so strong is the reason it blew upward. So I just thought it was great to finally hear real scientists and experts on fire investigations weigh in and be like, hey, that random narrative they're spewing doesn't even make any sense. Because let's be honest. Oh, and I said I had data for you. This is what it's based off of. I was saying earlier that I had data. A study has come out about domestic teaism in the United States. And Jessica Tarlov was the first time I heard it mentioned because she was fighting Janine so fiercely on the 5. And I'll show you the study in a second, but I want you to hear these clips first.
But you're saying that the white supremacists have killed more people than ISIS.
In America, we're talking about protecting
what
the homeland.
What is a white supremacist? Is it a white guy who kills his wife?
No. It is Dylan Roof walking into the Emanuel AME Church. It's someone walking into the Tree of Life Synagogue. It is someone walking into a Walmart looking for Latinos to shoot up. That's what I'm talking about when we're talking about white supremacists.
Okay, so if you're
looking... jihadists are like the guy who just drove through New Orleans.
Okay, but I will grant you, it is terrifying that a U.S. service member who was discharged honorably is capable of this level of radicalization. We know he went to Egypt for 3 weeks to a month, and that's terrifying. We want to know what happened there. I'm more scared of the people who are pre-radicalized, the people who come into this country easily with an agenda who want to kill us all. Those are the people.
Pre-radical? What are you talking? Yeah, and the study disputes this. This is not real either.
People who
I'm not trying to minimize anyone who wants to do harm. I'm just saying to stand here and say that President Biden is out of his mind for talking about this.
Johnny, I have a question.
Yeah, so Judge Janine is basically saying Biden's crazy for being accurate about facts that have come out in a study. So one more clip and then I'll show you the study because it's ridiculous what they're saying.
But the reason that President Biden and the administration and Christopher Wray, who was a Trump appointee, have been talking about the threat of right-wingers and far right-wing supremacy, whatever you want to call it, is because that's what the numbers bear out. And we put up all those numbers about how many people had been killed by jihadists. But it's not as many as those who have been killed by white supremacists. So the New America Foundation has done a breakdown in terrorist attacks since 9/11. It goes through 2023. We have to add the 2024 numbers once they're available. But you have 134 killed by far right-wingers, 107 killed by jihadists, 17 killed by misogynists or incels, 13 killed by black separatists or nationalists, and 1 killed by
killed by gang members. I mean, that's got to be on the list.
Okay,
that's a phenomenal.
Then they just add they just are screaming asinine things that have nothing to do, because obviously they don't understand how studies work. But I went and found this study. It is, if you would like to join the Discord again, this account that's above Pickles is my Feliz Navidad live account. Just click on it, follow it, send a message and say, I'd like a link to join the Discord. I put this study in there, but this is the name of the study. It's by Peter Bergen and David Sturman. And for all debates, we should all have this study handy, because man, is this fascinating. This is, again, she was saying it accurately, but those people don't care about facts and they just misconstrue things. This is Teaism acts in America since 9/11, right? And it only goes through 2023 because the 2024 data is not available yet. But I mean, it is fascinating. So the report from our international security program, they examine broad trends in the jihadist Teaist threat facing the United States that have emerged since the 9/11 attacks. We provide an overview of the Teaism in cases we've tracked since 9/11, and we examine 3 key questions. Why are the terrorists targeting the United States? Why do they engage in Teaism in the first place? And what threat do they pose? This study is amazing. But I'll just make a few points, which shows that no one on Fox News, they don't like facts because it goes completely against everything they're always saying. Far from being foreign infiltrators, the large majority of people accused of jihadist Teaism related crimes in the United States have been American citizens or legal residents. Did you hear that? Just like this Din Jabbar guy who was born in Beaumont, Texas, and Fox News is still allowing people to lie about it. No, these are homegrown people born here. Okay, I just want to say this again because I see you, Slick as Rick. That is my Feliz Navidad live account. You don't need to write something in the comments. Just click on it. It's right, the account that's right above Pickle's face right now. Just click on it. It's a TikTok account, and just send a message to that account like you would message someone on TikTok normally, and just ask for a link to the Discord. That's all you have to do. Sorry. I'm sorry I got off track a little bit. The United States. So again, all these people are just regular homegrown. The majority are homegrown Americans. Here's some real numbers for you that I just screenshotted. Citizenship status at time of charge or unaliving. 80% are citizens. These are the jihadist domestic Teaism acts. These are citizens, and 80% are citizens and permanent residents of the United States. 44% were U.S. born citizens. 21% naturalized U.S. citizens. 4% citizens of unknown status. 10% permanent residents. Just regular old Americans. 10% the unknown. It breaks down like this. The others, for the 10% of others. So sorry, 10% are unknown. They don't know who they are, where they come from.
1%. Oh my God.
Yeah. Do you guys see this? I just want to make sure we get this as big as possible. 1% are undocumented or entered without legal documentation. So everything you hear Republicans saying, that they're flooding over the border and this is a crisis and they're doing all these horrible things, 1%. Could you believe this? And this is why they have to overtalk Jessica Tarlov, because when you look at this study, it flies in the face of every single emotional anecdote and appeal, to pathos that Fox News sells their lies on. Like 1% are undocumented. 1%. I love this study. It's my new favorite thing. Oh, and then this is amazing. The Trump travel ban and lethal attack. So remember how Trump on January 27, 2017, he issued an executive order banning entry from 7 majority Muslim countries. They're listed there. I'm not going to read them all out. None of the deadly attackers since 9/11 emigrated or came from a family that emigrated from one of these countries, nor were any of the 9/11 attackers from the listed countries. We know they're from Trump's favorite country, Saudi, right? They were Saudis. But for some reason, that country wasn't listed. Oh, yes, because they give Trump money. That's right. 9 of the lethal attackers were born American citizens. One of the attackers was in the United States on a non-immigrant visa as part of the U.S.-Saudi military training partnership. On March 6, 2017, the Trump administration issued a new executive order that dropped Iraq from the travel ban, among other changes. In September 2017, the Trump administration again revised the ban, dropping Sudan, while adding restrictions on the travel from Chad, Venezuela, and North Korea. Of the 16 lethal jihadist theists in the United States since 9/11, oh man, these are great. 3 are African Americans. 3 are families that hailed originally from Pakistan. 1 was born in Virginia to Palestinian immigrant parents. 1 was born in Kuwait to Palestinian Jordanian parents. 1 was born in New York to a family from Afghanistan. 2 are white converts. 1 born in Texas and another in Florida. So what have we just learned? That Trump's bigoted Muslim ban has served quite literally no purpose. We are doing nothing other than just being bigots. Imagine that. Imagine that. If you just look at real data, what we know is nothing they're saying makes any sense. 2 came from Russia as youth. 1 emigrated from Egypt and conducted his attack a decade after coming to the United States. 1 emigrated from Uzbekistan. 1 was a Saudi Air Force officer in the United States military for training. Thank you so much for 600K. I want to cry. But again, the Muslim ban has it kept us safe? Absolutely not. Not at all. It's delusional. And then you can read about, if you want, I just suggest, again, looking up this study, non-lethal attacks. It gets even worse, right? And then many are converts. That's the reality, right? This has to do with people who are having mental health problems, PTSD, who are then being radicalized online. And you can read more into that. There's Pew Research studies, but here it is. This is what she was listing. So here's the actual numbers. Number of people unalived in deadly attacks in post 9/11 era by ideology. 134 were far right wing of the people that have done these crimes. Only 107 were jihadists. 17 ideological misogynists or incels, meaning it was, femicide. 13 were black separatist nationalists or supremacists of that type. And only 1 was what? Far left wing. So that's
I wonder what they did, free a bunch of animals? What'd they do?
Probably. This is the reality. So when you hear people saying, "Oh, they said it was white supremacy and bigotry and it was domestic teism," yeah, it is. It is. The numbers bear that out. It is. That is all the FBI said was, or predicted more likely, was exactly what has occurred in the numbers. Our number 1 threat were domestic, far right, homegrown theists. Turns out they were exactly right. It's the weirdest thing. I can't wait till someone brings this up so we can use this study in a debate. It's sad how excited I get to just stomp on people's hopes and dreams when they're trying to be bigots, especially when it involves data. And if you're interested in another really interesting article that has some good stuff, this is an AP article talking about the New Orleans attack and Vegas Cybertruck explosion highlight extremist violence by active military and veterans. Because, like I said, people with PTSD and mental health issues, we're seeing a rise in this, right? Yeah, it's in today's outline, right? And it's actually, hold on. Let me just go back to the name too, so you guys can look it up if you want, if you're not in the Discord. It is, this up the abstract. This is the study. So screenshot this really quick. Hold on. Now, these are the people that wrote it. This is the study. It's newamerica.org. This is the study if you want to screenshot it just really quick. And it's super easy to understand. Great graphics, great infographics. Just get a little screenshot. But yes, it is in the Discord in today's outline. Every single thing I put up here during the People's Receipts is also available in the Discord. I'm losing my ability to function because we've been at this so long. So I'm just going to skip over and show you guys 3 last things that I feel like I can leave this place without showing you. One is, this is fascinating. Heather Cox Richardson, she's a famous historian who's a genius. She was talking to Jon Stewart about this like unholy alliance between Christian nationalists, rich people, and authoritarian autocracy. And I'll just let her explain. She was talking to Jon Stewart, and I just found it. Heather, if you don't know who Heather Cox Richardson is, as a historian, as someone with a degree in history, I would say she's one of the most brilliant minds in America. That by like, Jon Stewart is highly, highly intelligent. The way he listens when she talks, you could just, you know what I mean? It's like he's fascinated by her brain.
Suggesting is that the heart of politics is the way people think about the world. And what Steve Bannon has said and been part of really since Andrew Breitbart died and he took over Breitbart, remember that?
Sure.
He actually changed Breitbart a lot. You know, Breitbart had been a certain kind of thinker. Bannon came in and really turned Breitbart, and this is a long time ago now for a lot of people, and maybe it's worth thinking about him more generally, but he really started bashing women and people of color and talking about them as really inferior. And that was part of an ideology, and it's an ideology that I think we have seen come to the fore. And that is the ideology that we need to reject democracy because democracy insists that we treat everybody equally before the law. LGBTQ plus people, women, minorities, ethnic and racial and religious minorities.
Right.
And that's what Project 2025 is doing. If you understand what the actual policy in the mandate for leadership is about, it's about rejecting the idea that everyone needs to be treated equal or that we can use precedent to say certain groups are being discriminated against. That's what they're aiming to erase. She's spot on.
And that equality flies in the face of paternalism, especially Christian paternalism run by white men. And Bannon could say, for example, as he was bashing Black Americans or women, that he was not actually prejudiced against them or biased against them. He was actually trying to help them because they would do better in a system where they were subordinate to white male leaders. And I think what you have seen here in this election is the coming together of the tech bros who want to get rid of the kinds of regulations that our government has put in place to make sure we treat people equally before the law and that you don't treat some people as if they are able to go do whatever. They want to get rid of those regulations, and they have come together with those Christian nationalists who also want to return to a white male Christian patriarchy. And now with autocrats who would love simply to get rid of regulations so that they can run the economy and put money into their own pockets. And that difference in ideology between people who believe that some people are better than others and have the right to rule, and people like me who actually believe that people should be treated equally before the law and have a right to a say in their government, is fundamentally the struggle that we've had throughout our history and that we are seeing now, and that I really on Tuesday looks like the democracy side lost.
I mean, I'm a sapiosexual. That to me was like an orgasm. Like, what? I mean, truly, Heather Cox Richardson, one of the smartest people alive. She is a genius. Okay, that's one thing. I have 2 more things I want to show you because I thought these are just things about people pointing out fundamental truths about the hellscape we are now in.
So Elon Musk is worth over $500 billion.
Oh, and I'll just tell you really quick. This is, if you want to follow him, it's Madge, Madge Weinstein on TikTok, Weinstein. He's so amazing.
So Elon Musk is worth over $500 billion, $500 billion. That's not a fortune. It's a grotesque, overgrown tumor on the economy. And don't you dare call it genius, because the only thing Elon is brilliant at is playing the system like a cheap kazoo. Tesla isn't a private success story. It's a taxpayer-funded art project. We've poured billions into subsidies for the so-called innovator while our roads crumble and our schools can't even afford chalk. And SpaceX, honey, that's just a corporate welfare queen in a shiny spacesuit. And you know who really earned that money? No, not Elon, honey. It's those engineers designing the cars, the factory workers sweating over the assembly lines, the suppliers who deliver on time while Elon is too busy tweeting bad memes about Dogecoin, and the audacity.
I've got to listen to Elon Musk, like 19-year-old tech bros saying he builds those rockets. Like, I can't, I cannot. Like, if you believe that, like, the 19-year-old red pill bros, help them.
To be fair, I had to fucking Google it the other day, and Elon actually did have his hands in on some of the rocket designs.
That's what it says on the internet. Do you not understand the difference?
Really?
You don't get that, like, as the richest person in the world, you can just have it say whatever you want on your own website.
He's
just
like
not a rocket scientist. He doesn't understand astrophysics. And still, like, for Jovan, since Jovan's not here to say it, Jovan would point out that nothing about SpaceX was efficient because they crashed all their first rockets over and over and over. Like, so either way, if he did, then you failed. And if you didn't, because he's not an astrophysicist, period. And like, I'm just saying, respect scientists who are real scientists. In the words of Ron Filipkowski, I don't believe this personally, and I would not like to be sued. We're not going to like indulge a vitamin K addled child.
He's out here flexing on X, formerly known as Twitter, which he's run into the ground, acting like he invented electricity. Well, guess what, babe? Thomas Edison was a thief, too. You think 500 billion is a sign of brilliance? No, that's a sign of a system so broken it's coughing up blood. $500 billion isn't success. It's the loot from a heist where we're all the victims. If you're still cheering for him, you're either blind, brainwashed, or both. So to recap, your taxes built his rockets, your labor made his cars, and your government handed him the contracts, and now he's hoarding it like a dragon with daddy issues. Elon's not a genius, he's a con artist with good PR. There, I said it. Now somebody refill my Diet Coke.
I love him. I've never actually heard him before. He's great.
And on the record, I'm not a fan of Elon Trump at all. I mean, Elon Musk, Elon Trump, Elon Musk at all. I'm not a fan of him at all. No.
God, if they did get married to consolidate their resources, I'd be like, that makes sense.
Yeah. But he's definitely done shit. Like when I believe it was PayPal, like they made them change the charter. He made them change the charter, like to list him as one of the founders, along with other businesses that he's bought into.
All I can say is I worked at a tech company pre and post IPO that PayPal was one of the investors in. And I can't say this because of an NDA. I'm not going to say it, but I could just say that I'm not talking about that. I'm stopping that line of logic and starting a new one and just saying, like, many people when I worked in San Francisco constantly talked about how Elon Musk, was just using other people's technology that, was not his own and profiting off of it. That's the way I'll say it. Because that seems like the least path to lawsuits. Here's my last clip for the day, because I love this guy. If you don't follow Oh That's Rich, it's OHH. That's Rich. He's great. And anytime you successfully marry Harry Potter with current politics like this is posed, like, I'm here for it.
Albus Dumbledore in Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets that articulates the very reason why we have two parties in the United States. Let's take a listen and then we'll get into it.
It is not our abilities that show what we truly are. It is our choices.
This quote applies to politics really nicely because at the core of our political identities is the answer to a very simple question. When you are forced to choose between selfish good and selfless good, which choice do you make? For 100 years, Republicans believed that if you always behaved selfishly, ultimately it would be the best for everybody. But unfortunately, that's not the MAGA Republican Party we have today. Trump can say whatever he wants, just like MAGA Republicans can say they're not racist. But what you say and what's in your heart doesn't matter. What matters is the choices you make and the actions that result from them. And Trump's choices and actions result in an imbalanced experience in the United States based on how you were born. The Republican knee-jerk response is to say tough luck. We were all dealt different hands of cards, which is the exact opposite of the point Dumbledore makes. How you were born and the traits that you may or may not have shouldn't ultimately matter in a thriving society. But in Donald Trump's world, it does. And it just happens to benefit white male billionaires. Unfortunately, these people miss out on the fact that we actually all benefit more over the long term when we take care of each other. And this is why we will always have two parties. It's me or it's we.
Long live Dumbledore. And thank you so much. Who bought all those subscriptions? You're my hero. Thank you so much. Whoever bought those subscriptions. It's hard for me to tell. I'm not sure if I said you subscribed. Thank you so much for subscribing. Who did buy those?
Goodness gracious.
Thank you so much for the subscriptions. It means the absolute world to me. And I think ending Annie definitely just bought some subs. Thank you so much for all the subs. You guys make me want to cry. And I love that we get to do this together all the time. Because seriously, this is how we're going to stay sane. Are we at 500 yet? I just wish everyone could see what it looks like inside TikTok Studio. There's so many things going on. How do I tell?
It says 478 on my side.
Thank you. Because I literally I have no idea. I don't even know how you see that. Thank you. TikTok Studio, there's a lot going on. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate it. It is, gosh, we've been doing this. We've been at this for a while. You guys are absolutely amazing. I appreciate it. This is our first day back. Are you debating tonight, Pickles? What's the plan?
I am.
I am. I didn't mean for this to go this long. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I was going to start at 6. I'll probably start just a little bit later. I got a few phone calls, and I was going to call you too. But
I was going to say, if you still want to, I need to go walk and get a little exercise. So do your other phone calls. I'll change. And then you call me because, if you definitely, I want to chat. And then if I still have energy, let's definitely debate tonight. I want to. I miss debating.
Let's do it.
So we'll plan on probably a little later in a couple hours or something we'll probably debate later. So come see Pickles. He'll be on his Dark Pickles account, right? When do you get unbanned from your main?
I get unbanned tomorrow, but I'm not streaming tomorrow night.
Okay,
so
cool. I haven't talked to you in so long. I'll have to figure out why. But I look forward to your call in a little bit. So I'll be debating with Dark Pickles later, as long as I don't get too tired. And otherwise, I will see you guys tomorrow for the broadcast, 10 a.m. Pacific time, 1 p.m. Eastern. Love you all. Don't change for anyone. Wow, this is like my first 4-hour live in a long time. I had a lot of things to say. Thank you. I feel like I've said it all. Later, Gators.
Thank you so much for having me. Bye, y'all.
Bye.